Hi, everyone. We're live with the Bike Coalition and our 2021 Bike Month fundraising live stream. And we're excited to be here with you today for the next few hours and uh, talking about the Bike Coalition, sharing stories, um, and encouraging you to help us reach our campaign goal. Um, to make biking better everywhere throughout the county. So, throughout our broadcast, we'll be providing information on how you can donate um, to the Bike Coalition's Bike Month campaign. And we are very grateful for all the support that we have gotten thus far in Bike Month. And Bike Month has just been flying by with lots of great activities that we've been teaching, classes on bike commuting, classes on bike handling, bike safety, bike skills. We've just been overjoyed with the response and how much we appreciate your support for all the work that we do. And we basically bring that down to three things: we advocate, we educate, and we celebrate. And bikes bring us all that and all the joy, and um, that we all have in our daily lives, and we work tirelessly to make your bike ride better everywhere throughout San Diego County. So um, we appreciate your support. I am proudly displaying our Bike Month 2021 custom designed T-shirt that was designed by one of our members, and we're excited to share that with you. And every uh, contribution of $60 or more will receive this T-shirt. But we have also any donation of $5 or more, and we'll get a raffle ticket. Um, and we have tons of things that we're giving away, thanks to generous sponsors and partners and donors for bike gear, bike shirts, bike hats, bike swag, all kinds of things to share with you and give away. And if you're watching this, we'll be giving away some T-shirts tomorrow morning at the Bike Coalition from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. at 315th Street at our headquarters. So stop by, have a cup of coffee with us, drop a little donation in, and we can get you a T-shirt. But yeah, so I'll be there 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow, Friday. Kind of missed the actual bike to work day, which would have happened today, where we hit the pit stops, get our T-shirt, get the swag, have a ton of fun, and pedal on our way to work. But this week has been great. It's been a really successful Bike Anywhere week. And Bike Anywhere week was anywhere you wanted to ride on your own, socially distant, and getting a T-shirt as well. So that's another T-shirt that I would encourage you to go get by making the Bike Month pledge. It's all you have to do. It's free. It's on the iCommute SD website, and make the pledge and go pick up a free T-shirt for Bike Anywhere Week, presented by Sandag and the iCommute SD team. There's the website right there. So I just wanted to say thank you as your executive director of the Bike Coalition. We have a fabulous team of staff: Kevin, Sylvie, Ollie, Jacob, and myself, and Jesse. Thank you, Jesse Clark. And who's a lot of doing a lot of behind the scenes things with our technology, our office management, and later on you'll hear about the exciting Liberty Commons Bike Commons project, which is this really amazing building that we are rehabbing in Liberty Station to make it a world-class, one-of-a-kind regional bike center for all of us to gather and celebrate and educate and advocate. So thanks again for your generous support. Any donation helps. We can't do our work without you, and it really means a lot to us. So hope to see you soon on your bike, on the road. And it's great to be with you here tonight. And I'm about to pass this along
Andy, before you
to
leave,
Kevin. Hi, Kevin.
what's the best way to donate?
Right there on your screen, you can go right to our website, correct? And donate at sdbikecoalition.org. Easiest thing to do is just pop a donation right there with your credit card onto the website directly. So you'll see that on our website. We'll be reminding you of that this evening, and it's on our social media. We have a Facebook page, we have a Twitter, all kinds of great content, and you'll be hearing about more of those things tonight, including a lot of our great advocacy work from Jacob Mandel, and some of the bills and updates and laws and all the things and bikeways that we're working hard for. It's exciting to hear about the progress we're making there. You'll hear about the education classes and commuting classes and everything that we're offering free to folks. And then you'll also be hearing about the Bike Commons and all kinds of other work and projects that we're doing soon. So it's really an exciting time. May is just 1 month, but we work year round, and we appreciate your support. So thanks everyone. 8 a.m. tomorrow to 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Bike Center. Come by, or the Bike Coalition offices. Come by and say hi. A cup of coffee, a donut, maybe a T-shirt. So we'll see you then. Cheers and happy pedaling. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, Andy.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's, if I click this button and click you out of there. There you go. So now it's just me. Yay, remember me? My name is Mr. Kevin. I have dogs. I have 3 dogs, and they bark all day long. And I think to myself, how can I get these dogs to stop barking? I don't know. Even when I'm live on the stream and I need them to stop barking, they just are always doing the barking. Okay, Sylvie, you have a cool shirt on. Tell me more about it.
I just picked this up at Moment Cycles, which is in Little Italy. I got this because we team up with Sandag iCommute, and we do tons of stuff with them. So some of the ways that the Bike Coalition gets funding is through grants. Some of it is people like you donating. One of the ongoing grants we have is with Sandag iCommute. We teach classes to businesses. We teach classes in schools, any place in San Diego County. All you have to do is be a school in San Diego County, and you can sign up and get free classes. And that's what I kind of want to show people is, like, we have so much that we can do and we could be doing, and we do. But the more income we have, or funding we have, and the more grants we have and people that know about us, the more we really can do to change San Diego and make it this, like, amazing, accessible bike city. So that's my mission. But yeah, that's what this is all about. Oh, that's my cat. Kevin's got dogs. I've got a cat. Cool. This is what happens when you do all day live stuff. And
we're multimodal and multi-species.
While I see if I can get my cat to go away, now that Kevin's dogs have stopped making noise, do you want to tell people about what Bike Anywhere Week is all about?
Yeah, it's funny. So you see the T-shirt. The T-shirt's great. If you're watching this, I'm sure you have a Bike to Work Day T-shirt. They're fairly common. And I like walking around and seeing other people with their Bike to Work Day T-shirt, and I think, they rode their bike that one day. That was kind of cool. But as many Bike to Work Day T-shirts as you have, I guarantee, I promise you, that you do not have a Bike Anywhere Week shirt, because this is the only one. And if all goes according to plan, there will never be another Bike Anywhere Week. It will go back to doing Bike to Work days until the end of time, if, people are responsible. So you can pick up those Bike Anywhere Week shirts from a couple different bike shops around town. iCommute SD has more information about that. And you can do that once you have made that Bike Month pledge, which is different than the Bike to Work Day pledge, because you're not picking a day and then riding your bike to work. You're picking a day and just replacing one car trip with a bike trip.
So, Kevin, something I have, I'm going to give up on the cat. He's going to do his own thing.
It's
Yep.
fine.
But I have some of the raffle items with me that I'd love to just like show people so that folks know a little bit of like the benefit they get by donating. I mean, a lot of it is just about like giving back to the Bike Coalition so we can keep doing what we do, but we love giving stuff away. That's been the whole theme of Bike Month, is like how many new people can we get on bikes and how much cool stuff can we give them so they keep biking. So I'm going to pick up some stuff. You want to tell people what we've got?
Sure. So, yeah, I think a pretty common question I get is, why should I donate to the Bicycle Coalition? Why should I give you money? And they're looking for an answer like, oh, well, it gives you discounted Padre tickets, or, oh, it gives you discounts on clothing items from bike shops. Those things exist, but the main reason to donate is because there's safety in numbers. And the larger our organization gets, the better able we're able to advocate for, that's what I was thinking of, the rights for bicyclists in San Diego. So that's your main reason to join. The other reason is Sylvie's got a very cool hat. We've also got...
picking stuff up. I've got tons of stuff.
Oh, is that a jersey? Oh, Bike Coalition official jersey. Jerseys are expensive, Sylvie. You're telling me that someone could win that just for buying raffle tickets?
Yeah, so $5 gets you one ticket. This is valued at about $70. This is one of like the mid-ticket items. I mean, I can tell people what this stuff costs, I guess. I've got a bunch of things, and some of them have tags on them, so I know exactly what they cost.
So if I donate $60 to the Bike Coalition right now, I get 12 raffle tickets and I get a Bike Month t-shirt?
Kind of a cool deal, isn't it? You could win 12 things and then just get that free Bike Month, Life by Bike, one of a kind, SDCBC, designed by Fabian Chow t-shirt. Okay, I got a ton of lights. I'm just going to pick up some lights so y'all can see these. So essential to have lights. So in my life, because one of the ways that we, keep people safe in San Diego is we give away a lot of free bike lights. We usually do this at an annual bike light giveaway.
Ooh.
What I've taken upon myself instead is I just keep a stash of lights on me, and Kevin's going to nod in a second because he does the same thing. I keep a bunch of lights on my bike, and when I'm out biking and I see people without lights, I just give them lights. I mean, I do give people bikes too sometimes. That's not a joke, and we'll definitely talk about that. But yeah, I give away bike lights all the time. We actually have some nice bike lights that I'm stoked to give away. I'll show you what else I got, but keep going, Kevin.
Yeah, no, please. And it's true. I mean, I like to have a nicer, more expensive light, and that's the one that I like take off of the bike and bring into wherever I'm going whenever I do lock the bike. But I like to have those little cheapy ones too, those little, frog lights, I think they call them. And those just live on there. And yeah, I've absolutely got a handful of them in my bag, and if I see someone who needs one, then you get a light. Speaking of lights, blinder. Wow. So that's one LED, but it's like insanely bright. Yeah? Very cool.
I've got this on my bike. What I love about it is that it's just this tiny little light. It hooks up to a USB. Somehow, like, when I have bike lights that have batteries, like, they always die on me when you least expect it. With lights like this, like, when it needs to be plugged in again, it begins to dim slowly, and you actually have a chance to, like, fix it. And then it, just lasts a long, long time. So I'm actually kind of shocked by how much light these little things have. Totally awesome value. $5, you can get one of these. We got a bunch of these, actually. Okay, I'm going to keep going.
We have so much stuff, and a lot of this stuff is thanks to friends of ours at bike shops in San Diego area. iCommute's donated some stuff. New Belgium has donated some stuff. You may know them. Hi, Kara, if you're watching. Miss you. There's all kinds of different swag. And it's all bike related, which is kind of fun. And a lot of this stuff, some of it's stuff that you may already have a version of, but now you've got this other one that you can then give to your dogs. Or you've got a nicer version of something you already had. For instance, a good quality water bottle holder goes a long way. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, this thing, no joke, this was valued at $60 as opposed to, what are we looking at? Kind of classic kind most bikes have, like $5-10. I don't think this weighs anything. Like, I think I'm only like able to hold this without it floating away because of backing and the weight of the zip ties. It is actually like less than weight. Is it made
So
of
what if
helium?
that was the thing that, like, you lost that race by 1/10 of an inch, and it was because your water bottle cage was too heavy? You'd be kicking yourself for not
And you
donating.
could have donated $5 to the Bike Coalition and then just had this and won.
The road less traveled. The road's not taken. The road's not taken. Uh, yeah, you got more. Keep going. What is that?
Okay.
Bar tape? Ooh,
Yeah.
oh, we have so much bar tape. So much bar tape.
I laid out a selection because I was giving some away last week to somebody who won one of the new cyclist challenges on Love to Ride, and I think I had maybe, I don't know, 10 different styles, including pizza. That's a style of tape, lightning bolts, and donuts. So this is kind of a fun one to read.
What color is the donut bar tape?
I believe it's black with pink donuts,
Oh, see,
and
that's nice.
yeah,
Because
maybe
that
pink
matches
and
any bicycle. That's good. Like any color bicycle, you could use the donut tape. Did you go on the donut bike ride we did? Do you remember that?
yeah, I did.
We did a donut ride. We just went to different donut shops in San Diego. That was cool.
Yeah, that's a cool example of one of these things we do. You know, the whole like mission behind the Bike Coalition is to advocate, educate, and celebrate. Kevin and I spend a lot of time educating. We spend a lot of time celebrating too. But yeah, such a good example. I mean, when COVID wasn't going on, we would lead tons of bike rides. But it's stuff like that when the theme is like donuts. The theme is like, you know, beautiful places outside, that you get people that don't think of themselves as cyclists, but you know, they come out and they bike. They get a little like glimpse of what the bike community is, and they pick up all those new skills, like, you know, rules of the road. Once they see a couple of people like really leading by example, I think that has a huge effect. But that's the place that I see a lot of potential to like build the bike scene, is by us continuing to put on these like totally fun, you know, family friendly kind of events that anyone can come to, and they leave thinking, oh, I kind of like bikes, maybe I'll keep doing that.
Well, and this is the thing that I like about this organization, is because it's both specific and broad in the audience that it reaches. So if you want to ride mountain bikes in San Diego, there's an organization for that, the Mountain Bike Association. If there's a bike race that you want to enter, then go hang out with the triathlete bike racers. If you want to get into track riding, then there's a velodrome for that. We, as the Bike Coalition, focus on getting around by bicycle, point A to point B by bike, and everything that goes into that. So, you know, it's not just about using the bicycle for exercise, although that's a great thing. And now I don't have to go to the gym because I'm using the bike to get to and from work. So I don't have to go to the gym after work. That's great. So we're talking about using the bike to get from point A to point B. And how do we make that easier? A lot of it is through education. That's one of the things that we focus on. A lot of it's also through infrastructure, putting things in the physical space in the world that make it easier for everybody to get around. Common catchphrase is that roads are for people, not just people in cars. And so if you're using the road, then that's a good thing, I think, as long as you're doing it in a way that's predictable and everyone sort of understands what's going on. So our goal is to get more people on bicycles, but our goal is also to get more people on bicycles long term. If the goal is just to get people on bicycles short term, then it's great. Hand everybody a bicycle and then we go home. But if the goal is to get people on bikes long term, then there's other steps that have to be taken. And so a lot of that is the advocacy efforts of our advocacy team. A lot of that is the education efforts of the education team. And then also, we've done less of it in the last year than we usually do, but the celebrate aspect is a big one. So Bike Month kickoff party is usually big and in person, and we hang out and all ride bikes around. And that was virtual this year. One of our biggest events that we're at least associated with is Bike the Bay. And fingers crossed that looks a little bit more familiar this year. So lots of cool stuff happening. And I'm a big fan of all of the efforts of the Bike Coalition because of that idea that we're reaching everybody that uses a bike to get around. And so that's not just people who wear spandex. That's also people who use the bike because they have to use the bike, because there's nothing else to do. There's no other way they have to get around. You have to get to work. It's too far to walk. I can't afford a bus pass. A bike after you buy it, the cost per year is pretty low. AAA puts the cost of owning your own car at $9,000 every year. It's a car you've already owned. You paid for that car. In order to continue owning that car, $9,000 a year. That's gas, maintenance, insurance, wear and tear, all that stuff. Bikes are way less. And if you want to get an expensive bike that's made out of carbon fiber and only weighs 6 ounces, then you can do that. But if you're just looking to get around, it doesn't even have to be a bike with 2 wheels. It can be a bike with 3 wheels. We'll still be your friends, we promise. Scooters, skateboards, rollerblades, all are friends of the Bicycle Coalition. And so, getting around by bicycle, commuting by bicycle, using the bike as a form of transportation long term requires a couple different things: education and advocacy and celebration being the main 3.
Kevin, I'm back. I want to talk about the stuff we have to give away again.
Please.
So if people donate anytime between now and the end of the month, $5 gets you 1 raffle ticket. Math is not my thing, so if you want to know how many raffle tickets you can get with how much money you have, we'll pass that off to Kevin. But something else I have. Has anyone seen these? This is the new Belgium, what they call the Topo design bag, and it's a bike bag. So I'm not going to take it out of the package because I'm giving this away to someone. I want to keep it nice and clean, but it basically has a little piece in the back that allows you to like tie it onto a bicycle. You can take it off and it can be a little satchel, but it's just like a front mounted bag to go on a bike. Totally cool. Valued at $50.
Wow.
And you can pay $5 and you can win this in the raffle, which is, do y'all know when that is? And by y'all, I mean Kevin. It's a special holiday that affects people globally, and it's coming up in June, and it has to do with bikes.
Wait, what is it?
It's World Bike Day.
Yeah, I knew that. Sorry.
That's okay. We'll be live on World Bike Day as a kind of a conclusion to the Bike Month Challenge. And again, if anyone is just tuning in, Bike Month Challenge is all of May. I keep going places to talk to people that don't do bike stuff, and I'm like, yay, happy Bike Month. And they'll be like, what? Bike Month? Yeah, it's National Bike Month. May is a lot of things, but it's also National Bike Month. So we've been doing this Love to Ride challenge, which again is a cool example of like what the Bike Coalition is putting out into the community. It's this totally free event. You just hop online, you join Love to Ride. It's www.lovetoride.net/San Diego County. And if you live any place in the county, if you live even outside the county, but sometimes you do things in San Diego, you can join. Every week we have a theme. Every week we give away tons of stuff. Bam. That's what is going on all month long. So a lot of the stuff we have has been donated by businesses that love what we do and want to keep people on bikes. I know that's not the easiest thing to see. Scan code on the back if you need it, though. But yeah, the Love to Ride Challenge is one of these things that the Bike Coalition puts on. Anybody in the county can be involved. And it's totally free because we want to get new people on bikes and we want to make this a bikeable city. So once again, donate $5. You could win this and tons of things besides this that I'm just going to keep pulling up. But Evan and I will just be live on and off. We'll be joined by Jesse at some point. Who knows? Maybe Andy will pop back in. Maybe Jacob will stop by. We'll just be talking about what the Bike Coalition is. And if people have questions, ask us. We'll tell you what we do and why you donating helps us keep doing that and why that's something that's valuable.
So there's that Bike Month calendar that we were looking at. We already finished New Rider Week and Family Week and Mother's Day. If you forgot about Mother's Day, I pity the fool. And now it is Sandag Bike Anywhere Week, which is very fun. And then we've got a couple more things coming up throughout the rest of the month. And as you can see, a lot of different classes. So tonight, is that tonight? It is our city cycling class. And then tomorrow is Bike Commuting 202. You can watch that on the same platform that you're watching this. One person who is watching it. Hi, I see you, one person. So that Bike Commuting 202 class is the continuation of the 101 class, but you don't have to have seen the 101 class in order to know about it and to get something from it. So lots of cool stuff going on. I think we've got a special guest. Isn't this exciting? So, one of the things that's new is our regional bike center. What's a regional bike center? Well, I'm so glad you asked, because if I stop this screen and then start that screen, look who it is. Hi, Jesse.
Hey, Kevin, how are you?
Good. I like your flag.
Isn't it a cool flag? I gotta
Where
thank
are
Sylvie
you?
for that.
Where are you right now?
I am down at Liberty Station. I'm going to give you a little tour of the soon-to-be community bike center. We're calling it the Liberty
Wonderful.
Bike Commons.
So
So it's going to be
start at the beginning. Tell us what this building is.
okay. Well, right now, as you can see, it's not much. I'm going to walk around and kind of give you a little bit of a show, but right now it's been vacated. It's part of Liberty Station. It was part of the Naval Training Command. It was built in the mid 60s, and then it was abandoned in the mid 90s. So then, as part of the buildings that were given to the city, this was one of them, and it's been empty and abandoned for about 25 years. So you can see it, the outside is still holding up, but it needs a little bit of TLC. I'm going to walk down some more this way and show you. I mean, it's a big building. We're talking about 200 feet long, about 30 feet wide. Right now, there's a lot of debris and basically, a lot of it was infiltrated, and so there have been a lot of just property destruction inside. So that'll all have to be cleaned out. And we're actually negotiating with some contractors right now to start doing this soft demo, kind of clean up the inside so that we can actually go inside and it won't be dangerous. Because these old buildings, they have lead in them, and it's just not healthy to be inside when all that stuff is loose and free. So
when it is all,
but it's a pretty cool building. It's in a great.
When it is all cleaned up, what are we imagining going on in there?
Well, that is as broad as the mind can think. A lot of the things that have been put forward as far as what we're going to use it for include a big conference space so that we could eventually hold like the Bike Expo or the Bike Summit here. We're going to have lots of room for education and classes, potentially a theater. Movie nights every Friday or every once a month or something like that, something exciting like that. We'll have a mechanics, we'll have tools and a mechanics workstation, so we could potentially be teaching all these up and coming bike mechanics how to be a bike mechanic. What else? Well, we're going to have offices for the Bike Coalition, but the idea is this is going to be a community center for bicycling. Not just not just those that ride on the road, but ride casually. Those people that are coming through the area, either like the long bicycle touring people heading south down into Mexico or north up to Canada. It's a great location. We got plenty of park space, as you can see around me here. Lots of open fields for doing bike rodeos, obstacle courses. I got plenty of parking, so that if you do want to drive, you can get here easily. There'll be lots of room for all that. But it's just, and there's lots of bike paths. I'll walk over to one of the bike paths, but you can see that this is part of the parks property, and so they have a lot of nice paths that connect the Bayshore Bikeway at Spanish Landing, or there'll be some paths that'll connect NTC or Liberty Station over into Mission Bay. The potential is staggering. I'm very excited about this. And although we're not fundraising to build this project, although it's going to take a lot of money, as you can see. It's got some work to do, but it is something just to be aware of, that this is going to become the future home for the bicycling center in San Diego County, maybe even Southern California.
So this is in Liberty Station. What else? What are we close to? What else is near us?
Oh, we're close to so many great things. We're very close to Stone Brewery, and the market that is right across the parking lot. Actually, we can see downtown from here. Let me get to a spot where I can show you that. We are at the end of the airport, so as you can probably guess that we'll be having airplanes fly overhead quite often. So I may have to stop every now and then just to let that pass. But let me turn around here. You can kind of get a glimpse. There we go. You can kind of see.
Very cool.
There's quite nice. I think the plan is to kind of open up the trees and landscaping around here, so you got a better view. But it's really a great spot. You can see there's a bike path behind me. There's more that go off along the water. There's the city. Yes, this is very exciting. It's not a project that's although we just got the lease to start doing the work on this project. That took 4 years, thanks to some of our very persistent board members working with the city to negotiate the contract for the lease. This is still going to be a city property, but we'll be able to build it back into something useful and enjoyable by all people, not just it's the city or other people can utilize it if and when they want to. It can be agreed upon. So it's really a community center. We're going to focus on bicycles. We may have a museum here. I've heard that we have some really cool bicycles that could be donated or put on display. There's so much room inside. It's
so cool because Liberty Station is so developed now. There's all this cool stuff down there, and so it's almost surprising that there's still space for something new to go in there. But we've found it, so it sounds like this is going to be a cool. I mean, it'll be formal because it'll hold offices and we'll have classes there. But it also seems like a kind of casual place where you can just ride your bike by and come say hi.
Exactly. I don't know if we're going to be able to have like a cafe or concessions or something like that, but that would be kind of a cool thing to enjoy. Just come over, hang out, visit the bicycle library. It's really going to transform. I mean, it is kind of a nondescript building right now. You could probably, you may have been here several times and didn't even see it. It just doesn't really stick out. I mean, obviously being at the end of the runway, it has to be a low building, so it's not very visible unless you're right here. But once we kind of redo this building and turn it into something useful, everybody will know where this is.
Yeah, if we can't do concession stands, it's definitely a place. I mark my words. You can get a free bike tire pump up. I promise we will top off your tires. You stop by anytime.
Well, they had these gastro trucks that come by at places, so we may have to have one of those come by now and then.
I like that idea. There's so much potential here. I mean, it feels like just yesterday that we moved into our other offices in downtown San Diego. But I mean, we haven't even been able to be in there in the last year. But this is even better because it's our own space. It's just the Bicycle Coalition and other people that we want to be there as well.
Guys, we've had one donation come in since we've been doing this live stream. I'm so excited. Every time that happens, I'm going to pop it. So, big shout out to Gilberto. Thank you so much. Okay, continue.
Very cool. Thank you, Gilberto. So, yeah, the goal of this, of us live streaming right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're going for the next 4 hours. But it's Bike Month. Normally we do fundraisers during Bike Month, and they look very different than these Bike Month fundraisers look right now. But we figured this would be a fun way to do things. So we're here. We're talking about what's happening in May in San Diego specifically, and also talking about what the Bike Coalition does, why we think that you should like us, why we want you to like us, how cool we are. Please be our friend. Please be our friend. Go ahead and find that chat window. One person that's still watching. Hi, nice to see you. we're putting information in there about what happens when you do donate. $5 donations gets you raffle tickets, and raffle tickets get you all kinds of prizes. We're not even done showing them all off. And so if you donate $60, Andy showed off that Bike Month t-shirt earlier. That's the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition's Bike Month t-shirt, which is different than the Bike Anywhere Week t-shirt from Sandag. So if your collection of free t-shirts felt incomplete, please let us help you do that. Jesse, you're back. I was worried that airplane had scared you away. Almost back. Hello?
I'm back, but I can't hear you anymore, so I may have to leave and come back again. I'm sorry,
No
I have I don't have very good cell connection right here.
Go ahead.
Let me see if I can get this reconnected.
Yeah.
So I can hear you now, Kevin.
Okay, I can hear you. I'm just getting your still image, but that's okay.
Is that any better?
Again, I can hear you just fine, just can't see you at all. Keep messing with it. I'm going to take you off the stream while you do that. So, Jesse's here because he's showing us all the cool stuff that's happening in the future, but the things that are happening in the present that are cool are all these prizes right over there. Look at Sylvie's cool hat. No.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin.
High five. High five. Oh, so close. Okay. New Belgium. Good friends of ours. They make beer, but they also are friends of the bicycling community, and so that means they make cool clothing stuff that has pictures of bicycles on it. Yay! Ooh, that's a nice one. Is that leather? That's cool.
Yeah, that's a hat. I don't know what the value of this is. I could make some estimates. $1,000, $2,000. It kind of can't be known, but $5 you could get this because one raffle ticket has all the potential.
If you take that hat and you put it in a box for 1,000 years, and then you open up the box, I guarantee that hat would be worth more than it's worth today. So, how about that?
Do you guys want to see this thing again? Anybody who's tuning in again, I think this is a thing we should talk about.
Do you have a kitchen scale? Can we see how much it weighs?
I have a scale. Okay. Well, that's fine. I'm gonna cut it off of this thing and then I'll zip tie it back on. No one will know because we only have 2 people tuning in at the moment. Give me a sec. Let's find out what this weighs.
So, for those of you that are into bike racing, I feel like one of the things that gets really focused on is the weight of the bicycle and all the different ways you can cut down on weight. I know people that'll use like a file and shave off pieces of metal because you got to get those ounces down just a little bit more and a little bit more. And if that was the situation and you wanted to carry a water bottle, you would say, all right, this is a excess. This is a splurge I'm going to do. But if I'm going to carry a water bottle, it's got to be the lightest, most technologically advanced water bottle that anybody's ever seen. Well, if that's what you want, what happened?
It says what it weighs on it. I'm wasting time cutting off the zip ties. We know what it weighs.
16 grams. That's like nothing. 16 grams to pounds. 0.035 pounds. How about that?
That's what we got in ounces with the backing.
Ounces. Oh, grams to ounces. Hold on. So 16 grams should be 0.56 ounces. So that means the backing weighs as much as the water bottle cage itself. Pretty cool.
That is cool.
Jesse's back. Hi, Jesse.
Hi there. Yeah, sorry about that. Again, I'm just not getting very good cell connection at this spot.
Well, once we get moved into that building, we'll have a good Wi-Fi connection.
Roving reporter needs a better network.
Yeah. Tell me more.
So what were we talking about, Kevin?
Ahead. Well, I was going to say you're in a unique position because you've been to that space a couple times. I still haven't physically been there before. Can you... What does that sound? You got me? Are you there? Hello? I think we got a delay or something.
Trying to walk to a place where I had a better connection.
No worries. Take your time.
Let's see if we do this
So,
way.
Would donations help with this? If we got
Okay,
donations,
I think this
now,
is good.
would it help with his connection?
yes,
Some of
if we
that-
get if you donate $30, then I'll give Jesse a better Wi-Fi signal or something. I don't know. I can't actually promise that. Can you hear me, Jesse?
I can hear you. Yes, it's
Wonderful.
a little spotty, but I can hear
No
you.
worries. So I was going to say, you're in a unique position because you've been at that physical space more than a lot of the rest of us have. Talk to me about the potential. You did that a little bit already, but go over it again. Just where we've started and what we're hoping to get to with that space.
Fortunately, you are cutting out, so I don't know why I'm getting such a bad signal.
It's fine. Just talk about the bike center. Anything you want. We're all here to watch. We've got one person on the stream. I see you, one person.
Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I can hear you. I'm gonna stay right here. That way hopefully nothing changes.
Don't move, but talk to me about, if I gave you a one-word prompt about the bike center, and that word was potential. Talk to me about the potential of the building you're standing in front of right now.
Oh, goodness, the potential. So much potential. I mean, the location is amazing. I mean, you just have such a nexus of so many things. Liberty Station is an awesome place to be anyway. You've got great restaurants. You've got other nonprofits. There's all kinds of great community here. Then you have the park. We have a very wide open space that we can utilize for community events, bicycling events. There's plenty of parking. We're at a nexus for many bike paths and bike routes. We're very close to the Bayshore Bikeway. So that's just outside the building. The building itself is ginormous. I mean, it's just, there is so much potential inside for having conferences. Other nonprofits will probably be able to use the meeting space. The classes we can teach inside and out. We'll have so much room. It's the potential is. I mean, I come up with new things all the time, and people suggest things all the time. Every time I talk to somebody about the community bike center, they go, "Oh, you could do this there, and you could do that there," and it's just like, yeah, I'm certainly going to add that to the list. It is really a great opportunity. I mean, it's still going to take a lot of work. A lot of fundraising efforts to build the money that we need to do the renovation. Right now we have some hazardous materials to clean up, asbestos and lead, as is pretty common in older buildings. But then we'll be able to do the real fun work. The architects will get busy. They will start putting together the floor plans, and then building it out. So, like in the next couple of years, this project is just going to be an amazing place to come visit. It already. I mean, we just started working on this part of it at the beginning of this year, and we've already building up conversations with potential donors. We already got some of the initial contracting work is in development. Things are happening faster than I would have expected for. And this isn't a huge capital campaign, but it's bigger than anything that the Bicycle Coalition has ever attempted before. So I think it's going to be well worth it. It's going to be amazing when we have it. We're going to have such a party when this place opens. That's going to invite everybody here. Have to get here by bicycle, though. That's going to be... you can kind of see behind me, there's all this green grass kind of down the length of the building. That is supposed to be full of bike racks. So we'll be able to park hundreds of bicycles. at some point.
And have a real big bike party. I love it. This is very
Yes,
cool.
a bike party. On the other side of the building, let me see if I can walk over here without losing you. Is the bigger part of the park itself. This is the east side of the station, Liberty Station, and so right behind me you can see there's a picnic area. That's about a bicyclist just went by. So in there's a picnic area which we can use as a picnic space or a meeting place. We'll probably do some of our initial fundraising gatherings in that area. But it's also, there's potential where we could develop it into something else with the permission of the city. It could become an obstacle course or a track, like a riding track. Not a velodrome, but it's something kind of a training, kind of a fun bicycle park area. So there's so much potential. We're just beginning to realize what this could contain. What are some of the things that you? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that's one of the most fun things about it is the amount of space that we have is wild. There's so much potential. There's so much cool stuff that we can do there. And yeah, I'm imagining, I mean, the catchphrase of the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition is advocate, educate, and celebrate. And so I think all three of those activities can absolutely happen there at that new bike center. And they can happen at the office we have now, but we're sharing the space. It's in the middle of downtown. I love it. I'm very happy with the space we have now. But to have our own space is definitely going to be its own unique pleasure. Cool. Thanks, Jesse. I feel like we got through the basics of what we needed to get through. What do you feel like you didn't talk about yet?
I mean, it's not really worth trying to go inside the building because it's so dark in there, you wouldn't be able to see anything anyway. But it is, and it's right now, it's just cluttered with a bunch of debris and vandalism and such. So it's going to be something that we will, once it's cleaned up, and we're hoping to do that this summer, that we'll be able to start inviting people to come inside. We may host sort of donor events or like come see the potential of the new building. And it's right now you have to have a lot of creativity to imagine what it could be, but it'll soon be much more. Once it's opened up, you'll see how much room there is. And then that is going to be amazing. What all the things it could contain.
What can people do right now to help us get this thing going? Did you get that?
Sorry, I didn't catch that last part, Kevin.
No, I was just saying. Tell us what today, if someone is excited about what we were showing them and they wanted to help us get this thing going, what could they do?
Yeah. Have more walkthroughs with we'll do some recordings and then we'll probably put those out on YouTube or some other so that way we don't have to worry about bad connections. But I'm sure over time we'll show progress as this work is done on the Bike Coalition's website. There is right now a web page that kind of spotlights the project itself, but as work starts to progress, there'll be a photo gallery kind of showing what the progress looks like, and then there'll be other information about once the architects do their work, we're going to have a floor plan. We'll be able to start seeing that. That's a good place to keep in touch. Eventually, I guess we'll have our own websites for the Bike Commons. Hold on a moment.
So while Jesse's waiting for the plane to go over, I've got the website up, sdbikecoalition.org/bike center project, and that's got some mock-ups of what we could imagine it looking like, which is a whole bunch of different bicycles and stuff. So it's going to look great.
Yeah,
go ahead, Jesse.
We'll have more. We'll definitely have more information as we start making real progress inside, and then That'll be that's kind of phase one, is to clean up the inside, and then we'll see the potentiality of it, and then kind of work on finalizing the architectural designs, and then be on the outside as well.
Jesse, can people give
us? It's very exciting, very, very exciting.
Can people give us money? Is it helpful if people give us money?
Fortunately, I'm losing connection with you. I can't really. It's breaking up.
No worries. Thank you for showing us a tour of the bike center. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So I've got the website up here. It'll show what the mock-ups are, a rendering of the possibilities, a whole bunch of bike racks, and a whole bunch of different uses, which is very cool. Sylvie, where are you? Hi.
Hey folks. I was just posting on Facebook and letting people know that we'll be hanging out all day and talking about what the Bike Coalition is, what we do. If people have questions, they can ask us questions. But we kind of just want to show off the cool stuff that we've been doing and the potential we have with funding. More funding.
More funding, less problems.
But to kind of sum it up, the Bike Coalition is mostly funded by grants. And so what that means is that we put on lots of educational classes free to anybody in San Diego County. One of the benefits of COVID has been that we've switched to all these online classes. So we've been making tons of online content. So you don't have to haul all the way down to Mid-City, all the way up to Oceanside, any of those places that we used to go to and teach classes. You can just be at home online, get all the info that you want. And we'll keep putting out stuff. We'll keep making lots of videos and doing free classes, but it's tough. We need funding to keep doing that. And grant funding has lots of restrictions. We really value all of the kind of grants that provide us with funding to do what we do. But sometimes we can only do classes in a specific city, in a specific neighborhood, with a specific population because of the place that funding is coming from. So the more funding that we have coming in, the more kind of accessible what we do is to everybody in San Diego County. One of the things that we've been talking about lately is e-bike safety. That's been a huge thing, especially up in Encinitas and Carlsbad. And, one of these places that we have so much knowledge within the staff, and we would love to be making videos and teaching classes and going to schools and just doing as much as we can to educate all the youth now who have e-bikes up in Encinitas. That's the place that funding helps us do those things. Kevin is going to show you all some of the things we have been doing on the side, with the time we've got, with the funding we've got. We've been building out the website. We have been making little video clips and kind of handheld resources. But yeah, Kevin, what about e-bike safety? Tell us what we need to know.
Yeah, I mean, you're right in that the resources that we have are great, but there's no substitute for live. And so in North County especially, people have been asking for more specific education about e-bikes, specifically for younger people. And I've always used as a motivator for people to get on regular bikes, it's practice for learning the rules of the road that you'll need to know when you drive a car. And that's never been more true than when you're riding, or I think it would be fair to say driving an e-bike. Sylvie, there's no one watching right now. I'm going to jump off for just 1 second. I'm going to come right back. Wait.
Hey folks, I'm jumping in. Kevin is taking off. If anybody is joining us, anybody new is popping on, Sylvie with the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition, and I'm just chatting about what we do, why we need your support. It's Bike Month. In case y'all don't know, Bike Month is a holiday, a national holiday, something that means a lot to us, the Bike Coalition, because it's one of these chances we have to show people why biking is so cool, why it's so life-changing. I don't know about you all, but since COVID, biking has been one of the few things that's kept me sane. Just the chance to go out and move my body and get a little endorphin boost is massive. So let's talk about the Bike Coalition and what we do. One thing that you all should know that's coming up is we have this bike raffle going on now. If you donate $5, you get one raffle ticket. Each raffle ticket is a chance to win something. And on World Bike Day, which is the 3rd of June, we'll be pulling those names out of a hat, announcing who is winning stuff, and we'll give away tons of things. So a couple cool examples. Got tons of like little swag items. New Belgium has donated a bunch of caps, but they've also donated these really amazing bags. So if you haven't seen this yet, this is the Topo bag that New Belgium makes. It mounts on a bicycle on the handlebars. It can come off and be a little side satchel. Just one of these like awesome items we'll be giving away, valued at $50, but you pay $5, you buy a raffle ticket, you could win this. I'm gonna be honest, we don't have a ton of people that have donated yet, so you have a big chance of winning some hot ticket items. One of those items is also a wheel set valued at $1,000. That's a little bit nuts. It's a Mavic wheel set, 700C wheels. That's just one of the big ticket items. Let me think. What else do we have? Oh, some of like the fun little kind of swaggy stuff. We've got tons of nice high-tech handlebar tape. Almost any color of the rainbow, we've got it. We'll be giving away a whole bunch of these.
That's one of the best ways I know to spruce up an older looking bike is give it some new handlebar tape, and an old ratty bike will look brand new real quick.
We also have a ton of just like Bike Coalition and branded stuff that's kind of fun. So I'm going to be honest, I'm not someone who bikes in spandex that often, and like my whole like bike thing is that I just like to go places by bike. So if that's like biking to the post office, which is less than a mile away, I'm going to do that by bike. I'm not going to walk because walking is slow and I just don't like walking. I'm not going to jog because it kills my knees. I'm going to get on a bike because it takes so much less time. It's so efficient. So yeah, spandex, not my thing, but do you like spandex? Because if you do, this is an awesome thing to get. I do have one of these. I love using spandex if I bike long distances. All I'm saying is I don't usually do that. I usually just like bike on a day-to-day basis, and that's the kind of cyclist that I'm like really excited about connecting with, because I think that's the people who have the potential to become lifelong cyclists and people who have the potential to bike commute on a daily basis. That's the people that'll like really change how we bike. We need you all, people biking in spandex, people biking 50 miles on the weekend. Like, you help make the community safe and the road safe and help us be seen. And we also need all those potential cyclists. And that's what this space is about. It's like, how do we make biking accessible to absolutely anybody who owns a bike and wants to be using that to get places, to stay healthy, to save money.
I do. It's Bike Month. We're doing the fundraiser. We've been doing the fundraiser for a while. If you happen to join into our Bike Month kickoff party, then you saw someone win a cool raffle prize. There's more to be given out. $5 gets you one raffle ticket. If you contribute $100, you get 20 raffle tickets. How about that? And because it's Bike Month and we have these new very cool t-shirts to give away, $60 donations get you a Bike Month t-shirt. They look great. Maybe I can zoom in just a little bit here. There you go. They look very cool. We had we put out an open call for designs, and this is the one that won the most votes amongst the staff. And so it's got this cool sort of linear design, Life by Bike, Bike Month 21, and then the Bike Coalition's logo. And bike handlebars. Looks great. White on black. Very classy. Very cool. Zooming back out. So we are a membership organization, and the thing about it is it's any amount of money is going to make you a member. We've been around for 30 years, and so that way of donating has changed over time. But all we're looking for is a little bit of help. We're looking to raise $10,000. We're at $6,000 now. It's super easy to donate. sdbikecoalition.org/donate will get you to where you need to go. Just a couple clicks. gets you a t-shirt. And Sylvie's been showing us we have prizes. And if we don't give them away, then they just sit in the office and they take up space. And that's a bad thing. So we want to give them away. There's some good, really very cool stuff that I'm not eligible to win that I wish I was. So sign up, donate a little bit of money, and everybody wins. Do you guys want to see? Let's see. What am I showing here? Oh, whoa. That's bad.
Oh,
okay.
Kevin,
yeah,
I just thought of something I would love to show people. Love to show people some bits of the Love to Ride website, like the stories page and the photos page. I think that's like super cool to see now because it's like what's happening now. It's also like one of these examples of the things that we do when we get enough funding. So we have this Love to Ride platform that we've gotten access to. We make it available to anybody in San Diego County totally for free. And by using this, we not only like build the bike scene, we collect stats about who's cycling, but we also give away tons of free stuff. But this is one of those things that like, you know, the funding we get goes into being able to put on stuff like this, being able to like provide people with fun year-round events and chances to win stuff and chances to engage. Oh yeah, give some of those people a high five. We've popped on, let's do it. High five them. But I love showing off the photos because this is who's biking in San Diego. This is the community, and this is something that like the Bike Coalition is helping to build and make a space. And I'll be back in a second. I just found out that a Zoom link was posted publicly in a tweet, and I don't want people to Zoom bomb a class that's coming up.
Don't tell me.
So, see you soon.
Okay, I'm going to go through a couple of these pictures. So Love to Ride is a platform where the idea is it's easier to ride when you have someone else who's also riding with you. And the more friends you have that are riding and encouraging you to ride, the more likely you are to get out there and do it. However, these times being uncertain as they are, some people are hesitant to ride right next to each other, or even without citing that as an excuse. Sometimes it's hard to find the time to ride at the exact same time. This is the solution for that. You're riding together, but you're riding separately. What I mean by that is, through this free platform, Love to Ride, you sign up, and if you're already using a ride tracking app like Strava or something else like that, then you can integrate that with Love to Ride. And if you're not, you can log the rides manually. And it allows you to, with your friends that are also on the app, with your coworkers that are also on the app, with your workplace that's also on the app, let other people know what you're doing. Not even where you're going, not even how far you're going necessarily. This isn't a platform that rewards people for racing. This isn't a platform that rewards people for going super fast. It's a platform that rewards people for getting their friends to sign up. That's the best part about it. And that's the way to get the most points. Points are then things that will help you win prizes. All kinds of cool stuff. Hey, look, there's the Bike Month flag. That's kind of cool. This person named Karen is nervous about traffic circles. So there are other platforms that focus more on racing. And there are other platforms that focus on how fast you can go. That's great. This is a platform that's focused on getting more people on bicycles, period. And that's a big thing for us. And that's sort of our main focus, is getting people on bicycles long term. Not just one day a year, although that's a great thing, but long term, working it into your everyday routine, making it something that you do more often. Not necessarily reaching for the car keys every single time you leave the house. Sometimes it makes more sense to use a different form of transportation. I recognize that person. We've got lots of friends in San Diego. That's fun. I should be giving high fives. Oops, high five. That's the other fun thing, is you can give virtual high fives. So Dominic's doing the Bike Anywhere Bingo, which you can find more information about on iCommute's website. So if you're looking for motivation, looking to friends of yours that ride is a great way to find that motivation. And then the other way is making new friends, finding other people who are interested in the same things you are, and maybe even that you are hesitant about and not sure that you want to do. Seeing all these other people literally in your neighborhood who are doing things with you, doing the same things that you want to be doing, is a great motivator. And so that's why we like the Love to Ride platform. Faith gets a high five. Everybody gets a high five. Okay. It says here that if I click this button, then I can see the prizes. Oh, look at that. Brand new bicycle, value up to $500. Points equal entries. Keep scoring points during May, and each point will count as an entry into the grand prize drawing on June 1st. Well, that's crazy, because I know that you can get 100 points just for signing up a friend. So that's 100 entries to win a new bicycle. That's very cool. So if you're a fan of getting free things, Love to Ride's a great platform for it. If you're a fan of giving just a little bit of money and winning a chance to get a whole bunch of stuff, then donating to the Bike Coalition is also very cool. sdbikecoalition.org/donate gets you the website, and the website allows you to buy the raffle tickets. $5 is one, $100 is more than that, and $60 is a t-shirt. So you're guaranteed to get a t-shirt if you donate 60. And otherwise, we are a nonprofit organization. And so the way we continue to make things happen for bicycles in San Diego is through your help. So sdbikecoalition.org/donate gets you that information that you would need to help support the Bicycle Coalition. And even if you didn't want to give money, then signing up on Love to Ride is a great way to show you care. It's 100% free, and you're probably already doing the things that it needs you to do, which is just, ride your bike. That's the main thing that's important. Look at that. We've got a supportive message from someone who's just left, but was in the chat at one point. Everybody recognize that name? Isn't that nice? Reel in those donors. Working on it. What else?
I'd love to talk about some of the classes that we've been putting on lately. We've done some cool stuff.
We have, and we've been doing these classes for so long that we've gotten really good at them.
Yeah. Yeah, no joke.
There's a lot of different education that happens around bicycles in the world, and even in San Diego. And I would argue, maybe I'm being presumptuous, but there's a right way and there's a wrong way to teach people about riding bikes. Yeah?
Yeah.
I think so. So we teach classes to kids, we teach classes to adults, we teach classes to tech companies, to pharmaceutical companies, we teach classes to the Navy and Coast Guard. We've been to tech companies who I'm not supposed to name, but their name starts with an A and ends with an N and has a muzza in the middle. They're cool. And so everybody wants to learn more about bicycles. And the main focus of the Bicycle Coalition is getting around by bicycle, from point A to point B by bicycle. And so if you want to race bikes, there's a velodrome for that. If you want to jump bikes off of dirt jumps, there's places you can do that. I think they've still got those in Mission Trails even. But if you're looking to get around by bicycle, use a bicycle to get from point A to point B, there's a way to do that. And there's a way to do that safely. And the best way I know is acting in a way that's predictable. Acting in a way that makes sense to the most number of people around you. Sometimes what the law says and what's most polite and what's most predictable are three different things. And so knowing what those are, being able to make choices out of knowledge and not out of ignorance is absolutely something that's important. If I come up to a situation on a bicycle and I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do, and then I just make a decision and hope for the best, that's probably not as good of a situation as coming up to an intersection, knowing what the right thing is, and then making a decision based on that. And that decision, again, could be prioritizing making other people comfortable, or it could be prioritizing making other people feel safe. Or it could be prioritizing me going as fast as I possibly can. Or it could be prioritizing following the rule, the letter of the law every single time. no one person rides the same way all the time consistently. There's so many different variables and so many different factors that go into the choices that you make when you're on the road. And so the e-bike classes that we teach, the bike classes for kids that we teach, all of them are from the point of view of knowing what to do before the thing happens is always going to be preferable to guessing what it is that you're supposed to be doing. So taking these classes, because I always watch movies and TV shows, and driver's ed is a thing. Apparently not in San Diego. Is it in California? I don't know. No one's watching right now, so you can't answer me in the chat. But if you were, I'm imagining that you would tell me, in your home state, do they have driver's ed? Who knows? They definitely don't have biker's ed. And that's the thing that I feel like should exist, is that every school in, let's pick a grade, 4th grade, for like 1 month, that's a bit much, 1 week, every single school has a bike week, and they bring in the bike instructors, and for 1 week we talk about bike stuff, and we train for a week, and we get better at bike handling skills, and at the end there's a bike obstacle course, and you have to have a test that you know the rules of the road, and then you would get like a bike license maybe that wouldn't be real and wouldn't actually be required to ride a bike because, you know, the problems that go along with that, but something that gave you more knowledge, so that when you are riding a bike, you have that knowledge, but also when you go on to drive a car, you have that bicycle knowledge. And then you're better able to interact with the other road users that you see. Roads are for people, not just people in cars. I always heard that the reason they paved roads, the reason that we have roads that are paved and not dirt roads anymore, the first roads were paved for bicycles. Because people were riding bicycles before they were driving cars, and they wanted a comfortable road. So they would pave the road so that they'd be comfortable for bicycles first and foremost. I think that's a good thing. So let me pull up that donation page again, sdbikecoalition.org/donate. And oops.
I feel like when we show stuff and it's not just us talking, that's when people tune in. So
I know, that's why I'm going to pull up that website.
Yeah, get that page up, but like, I don't know, I still got bike stuff to show off. Oh, I've got a cool backpack. That's what I want to show you guys.
Show us the backpack.
Okay, apologies. I'm keeping stuff in plastic because I'm mailing this to people that win, but this is... Okay, y'all know like chrome bags, those side bags? I have one. I'll show you my chrome bag.
They're fancy.
Yeah, totally fancy. So Chrome makes it's like, you know, classic side bag, but they also make a top-loading bag. So in case you've seen those top-loading bags, that's what this new Belgium bag is. It's a backpack that opens at the top. All the stuff loads in. It snaps shut. It's got a zip on the outside. It's got a bottle pocket on the outside. But it's just like a well-designed backpack that's a good biking backpack. So this is one of the raffle items we'll be giving away. And all you got to do is donate $5 to the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition's Bike Month campaign. And this is one of the things you could win. $5 could get you this awesome backpack.
sdbikecoalition.org, and then click the little link that says wrong zoom. Click over here, zoom in a little bit, look at that. Click the little button that says donate, and then you get all this information about our fundraiser. So $5 is a raffle ticket, $60 is a Bike Month t-shirt. What do you mean, Kevin? $60 is a chance to win a t-shirt? No, you get a t-shirt if you give us $60. How about that? What else can we win, Sylvie?
Okay, this is not an example of a thing you can win, but this is an example of like what the Bike Coalition has going on. So this is a CD bike lock. CD makes this, the original like CD lock is actually a saddle with a folding lock that's built into the saddle. So you stop, you lock up the bike. I bet you've all seen like bikes that don't have a saddle on them because sometimes they get stolen because all you got to do is like lift them up and go. So instead with CD lock, you take off the saddle, you unfold this folding lock, you lock the bike with the like saddle and then, you know, combined folding lock. So that's totally cool. It's an awesome like integrated design. This is something else that CD Locks makes. So it's just like a high-tech, really difficult to open up bike lock. And I'm giving away 2 of these. I'm giving away one on Monday at the Women on Wheels event that we have, Women Plus on Wheels. I'm giving a second one away on Wednesday. And that's 2 of these upcoming classes that I am so stoked about. Classes that don't get any funding, but we just put on because we see a lot of value in making women and LGBTQI friendly bike spaces, because it's nice to feel like you have a community that you belong in. And in the United States, only, I think it's something like 25% of cyclists are women. So most people that go out and bike on a daily basis are not women, not LGBTQI plus folks. We got a lot of dudes who bike. That's who maybe has the time, who feels safe going biking. So my big focus is like, how do we get women on bikes? How do we get women bike commuting, biking with kids, biking to the places they need to go? The Women Plus on Wheels event is one of the ways that I'm doing that. I've got these amazing panelists coming in to join us. Again, this is an event that is totally free to attend. It isn't funded by anyone. I'm just like taking time out of my day to put on this event. I can't even imagine what it would be like if we had funding to do things like that, if we could put on some like national kind of Women Plus on Wheels event. But we don't. This is what we've got. We've got an amazing panel. We've got a Q&A. We've got a discussion. I've got some swag items that people have donated to me because they love the cause and they want to give this stuff away. And oh my gosh, let me just talk about these panelists if you want to pause in this section. So Wendy is fabulous. She, a couple years ago, was like missing a bike community of women, especially like women who mountain bike. So she went out, invited a couple folks to mountain bike. I think she was telling me like one of the first meetups that she actually set up, she had like, I don't know, like 50 people just randomly show up on the trail who wanted to come out and bike. And so she's begun this like national thing, which is Girls Gone Riding. It's got tons of little groups all across the United States. It's got plenty of sponsorship. They put on an annual like event in Big Bear, which is going to be in June. So she's going to come and talk about how she founded Girls Gone Riding. And I feel like anytime I meet a woman who's involved in the bike scene and wants to like grow the bike scene and wants to begin a club, what usually happens is they like post a message on Facebook just saying like, hey, I'm a woman and I bike. Suddenly they've got like 50, 60, 70 people that say, oh my God, I've been looking for people like you. I also saw a statistic this week that was women like biking when they have a community and they like going biking, with people. And so that's a little bit of what's missing. I think a lot of people would get out and bike if they had just like someone else to go with. And so something like what Wendy's doing with Girls Gone Riding is an awesome place to find that community, find those people you want to bike with. And then we've got a whole bunch more people who like feel empowered to go out because they've got people to go with. So that's Wendy. Okay, Paola. So I was actually with Kevin and I almost missed a train back to San Diego because I was going to meet Paola. So Paola grew up in Mexico City. She lives in Los Angeles now, and she owns and opened the LA Cyclery, which is on Sunset Boulevard. Really cool location. This is a woman-owned bike shop. Not many of those exist. I've got a buddy in Manhattan who's talking about opening a woman-owned bike shop, and she'll actually be joining me next week on Wednesday at 5. We'll be talking about what it's like to be a woman who's into bikes, what it's like to be a female identifying bike mechanic, and how tough that is. Like each time you walk into a bike shop and someone thinks you don't know anything because you don't look like who they think a cyclist is. So this is the stuff that we'll be talking about. We'll be laughing, we'll be complaining, we'll be kvetching and kvelling if anyone speaks Yiddish. But let's get back to Paola. So Paola owns this bike shop. She's going to talk about what it's like to be a mechanic. She's going to offer tons of advice because that's what she's all about, is fixing bikes all day long. Yeah, she's got a Facebook page, which you'll pull up. Sweet. Thank you. She's also going to talk about trans rights in sports. So trans rights for youth in sports is a kind of hot topic debate right now. And this is something that Paola is really passionate about. So that'll come up as a panelist. She'll be discussing what that situation is and some of the feelings she's got on that topic. Cool. Yeah, I love all of this. The bike shop is beautiful, by the way. When I visited, she'd only been open a couple weeks, and it was just so cool to see a space that had been designed to be like welcoming and like really open. Like you walk inside and it's like that's it. That's the whole bike shop. You just like feel like, one with the mechanic in the space because you don't have a big divide between the place that bikes get fixed and the place like that people come in. Okay, next up on the Women Plus on Wheels panel, and I'll just hold up this lock again and see if that makes people tune in. Whoa, cool thing, is Alex. So Alex is a board member of the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition, and Alex's whole thing is being an advocate for a radically intersectional feminist cycling ethic. What does that mean? Tune in and find out. Basically, feminism has a lot of meanings to a lot of people. And when we look in the past at like what feminism was, it was basically a lot of white women. But that's not what it means to be a feminist and to support like feminist ethic. It's about like finding actual equality between all people, women, men, LGBTQI folks, black, white, Asian, brown, all of it. So that's a little bit of what she's going to be talking about. And also, Alex bikes commutes on a daily basis, which is massive in a city like San Diego. Living by bike all the time is so tough to do. So I really respect that Alex lives that bike life. Okay, next up, I'm going to hold up something else that looks valuable, and let's talk about Josie. See what happens. This is a cat toy. It's a fish. And when I switch it on, it wiggles. Okay, Josie is hopefully going to be going to the Paralympics in one. I think she's qualifying now. She's really amazing as a cyclist. She also was a scientist. She didn't get into biking, initially. She was like in a lab behind the scenes, decided she wanted to be doing some biking, and then suddenly she was like biking all the time and biking fast and realized that she had this place she could fit into the cycling scene. So beyond just the fact that Josie's a badass and she's a paracyclist and she's hopefully going to be a Paralympian someday, she's also going to talk about something that I haven't thought about in my life, which is how women's hormone cycles can be just like a piece of what you think about when you train, when you bike, when you when you like make choices about what you eat, kind of building up to a race day. So that's going to be an awesome component of this Women Plus on Wheels panel, is just Josie's input on how to like utilize and take advantage of hormone cycles when it comes to cycling. I'm happy some people have tuned in because they saw this fish. This is the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition talking about what we do, why your donations help us do this stuff. And the page that you see is a free event, which is called Women Plus on Wheels. This is something that we don't get any funding to do. We just put on because we see a lot of value in making a space that women and LGBTQI identifying cyclists can come to and connect. Anybody is welcome in this space. This is not something that only exists because we want to have lots of women plus in the space. We want everybody to know that a component of like the cycling community is that we don't all bike in the same ways. We don't all need the same equipment and want the same equipment. One thing that Josie is going to talk about, which I also totally love, is that a cyclist, a female cyclist, a woman cyclist is not just a small man, because a lot of companies design bikes to fit small men and they call those women bikes. Or they design like gloves and anything else to be something that can fit on a man. They know that a lot of men bike, they design stuff that men fit on. Okay, I'm happy that the fish was effective. I'm going to put this down. I'm going to find something else silly to hold. I might even fix this bike. I got to give away this bike to someone this week. Again, this is like one of those things that I don't quite get paid to do. I just love doing this, and donations help us do things like give away free bicycles. What do you think, Kevin? Should I fix a bike and see what happens? You might be muted.
Speaking of donations, it looks like you can get some socks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you guys want to see those?
Yeah, do you have any? And if you use Love to Ride between the 23rd and the 29th, which is coming up, then you're entered to win a prize for that as well. Ooh, fancy socks.
Okay, so Sock Guy is a company I totally love. Also based in Oceanside. I only found that out when I was like emailing up and back with them. And he was like, by the way, I'm in Oceanside. Hi, San Diego County Bicycle Coalition. So, yeah, I got these custom socks made because I wanted to like give people a swag item. And I know that not all people like Sheros, but can you imagine how funny it's going to be when someone is pedaling and you get up behind them and all you see is like this? Isn't it so cute? That's the back of the sock.
How funny.
So anybody who attends this event and donates a small amount gets these socks for free, and then the donation goes to all the people on the panel. Again, this is not a funded event, so that's one of the ways I'm making this happen is donations.
Speaking of donations, sdbikecoalition.org is the place to start off. And one of the first things you'll see is a big giant picture for the Bike Month fundraiser. That's me in the background. I forgot I was in this picture. You see that? That's my face. It's very small. I still have that bicycle and ride it all the time. However, I don't wear jeans all the time anymore. I'm an anti-hard pant advocate now. I'm pro soft pants only. Team soft pants. So, Bike Month fundraising campaign is happening. It's been happening since the 1st. It goes to the 31st. And honestly, we'll take your money after that as well. $5 gets you a raffle ticket. $60 gets you a shirt. A chance to win a shirt? No, an actual shirt. We'll give you a shirt if you get $60, and you'll also get those raffle tickets. If you donate $100, you get 20 raffle tickets. We've been showing off the prizes. And is that a prize? Can I win that poster and hang it up in my house?
I can make that available. I mostly just wanted to show off my paintings because this is my side hobby. Do you want to see my bike paintings, Kevin?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So I use these when I teach classes because I totally people think in a lot of unique ways. Like some people have math skills, some people have science skills, some people have like language skills, some people have like spatial reckoning skills. And by not teaching to the skills that people have, we like miss out on the opportunity to like really connect with folks and get the knowledge they need into them. As an example, like I sat in a lot of math classes and people just talked at me and I was like, okay, I'm going home with nothing. I got nothing out of that. But like seeing stuff and using my hands and like doing, things that actually like make sense in real life, that's how I pick up info. So this is kind of a good tie-in to what I'm going to do in a little bit, which is that I'm going to fix a bike because San Diego has decided, the community of Claremont has decided that May 21st is Bruce Ingram Day, and Bruce is this guy who has spent a lot of his life, at least this is what I'm told, hanging out outside in San Diego, waving at people as they pass by on like one of the big intersections. Again, I'm just showing off my paintings to see if people notice. But the city wants to like thank Bruce because he's just been this like light in the community, and one of the ways that they plan to do that is they want to give him a bicycle. So I had someone call me up last week and was like, hey, the Bike Coalition has this bike match thing, and you guys just give away free bikes to people all the time. Again, I'm just demoing paintings in case anybody wants something fun to look at while we talk. Okay, so I'm fixing up a bike to give away to this guy, Bruce Ingram, who's been just a really essential like piece of this positive community in Claremont, and he's getting publicly thanked for his contribution, and the way the community is thanking him is with the bicycle. But yeah, that's one of the like things that we do and we can do and we want to keep doing is making biking accessible, and sometimes that means like building somebody a bike and then just giving it away. So I'm putting in my time. I've got a free helmet someone donated. I've got some locks that got donated, and I'm going to hook up this guy with a bicycle because that's something that people love and a way they want to thank him. This is some valuable education, though. Look at that.
like
That's what shifting's all about.
To ride uphill and pedal softer. I like that. And to ride downhill and pedal harder. Big chain. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Good
Thanks.
colors, too. Good colors.
Yeah, I think the matching is kind of key, like being able to associate, things that match. Okay. Well, should I look behind the scenes and see if we've had any donations come in since we've been hanging out?
That would be fun. I still appreciate the one comment from a Mr. Jim Bayross. I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
That's a nice name.
Yeah. Appreciate the support, Mr. Bayross. Alrighty. Let me share this. Look at these nice people that are friends of ours. Look at Sylvie's nice paintings. Things are moving on the screen. Wow. Everything's dynamic.
This one I could talk about a little bit. This is actually one of the things that I think about a lot.
Okay, let me make you
big. Take a look and see if you can make sense of what's happening on this.
So that is a pannier and a sog pannier toe cage cleat platform. So pannier or pannier, is that like OAN is underlined? This is like one of those words where it's like a picture of a fish like plus a dog and you have to like figure out what it is. Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, kind of. Pan in a lot of languages means bread.
Oh, yeah.
Even though, like, saddlebag, pannier, was something you would move, like bread and stuff in. So that's how it got the name. But what often happens is people will be like, I was teaching a bike touring class, and we were talking about, like, some of the things you need to know with bike touring. So it's like, what kind of equipment do you need? And a lot of people would be like, oh, you gotta have panniers.
Yeah, that's what I call it, a pannier.
I had a gal in my class who was Indian, and she was like, that is food. Like, that is like a cheese, it's Indian cheese. So we filmed this whole thing one day as a joke. She'd made a sag paneer, and I opened up my saddlebag. We put a plastic bag inside, and she just, like, spooned it in, and she was like, this is not the same thing. One of these is food, one of these is a saddlebag, and the thing you want is the saddlebag. So, yeah, second piece of this is just that, like, people always mix up what is what. Clipless pedals, toe cages, platform pedals, cleats. The confusion of, like, my toe is going into that, so that's a toe cage.
Right. And you clip into a clipless pedal.
Yeah.
Right.
Does anyone who's not paying attention and watching know why that is? Kevin, do you know what that's about? The clipless pedal thing?
Clipless. Yeah, there's probably something about, like, there used to be something else that was, like, more of a clip, and so, like, this is less of a clip. I feel like I heard that before.
Yeah, it was the ski binding. So you had ski bindings you would clip into, and the same kind of design is what the pedals came out of. So you had a clip-in ski binding, and to not confuse people, they began calling clipless pedals clipless.
Because you still clip in, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a small ski binding. It's, like, actually pretty funny to think about, like, what a ski boot is and how they've taken just, like, the two edges of the boot, put it on the bottom of a shoe, and that's, like, a tiny, tiny, tiny ski binding.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
They even pop out in the same way, like that little, side ankle twist. Ski binding. Yep. The cool thing I think people don't know is that you can also, like, adjust the tension on a lot of clipless pedals. Not all of them. Like, Frank Burrows pedals don't let you adjust the tension. They just, like, set it at what you think is best. And they make a soft cleat that isn't as difficult to come out. But, like, with SPDs, you decide based on, like, how you want to bike and how much you weigh and how easily you want to get out of the pedals, like, how much tension you've got.
How much you don't want to fall over.
Yeah. And that means a lot to me because I busted my ACL because one of my ski bindings wasn't well adjusted. And I hate to say this, but, oh man, it was a season when I was a mechanic. Well, no, I was at a ski field. My job was mostly to do, like, admissions and stuff. But sometimes I would moonlight as the mechanic. I don't think I'd even, like, tuned up my skis, but I was, like, out skiing. I fell. My bounding didn't come off. My ski skate I stayed on. Thankfully, no one's listening because the next bit, that's when it gets nasty.
Do it.
Now, it was okay. My knee made multiple popping sounds and, like, lay down in a huddle and was like, I don't think I can walk.
Yep.
And a buddy of mine who was on ski patrol that day, because like I knew all the people at the field, it was my job, was like, hey, you want to lift down the hill? Like, I'm teaching people how to use the toboggan, so I'll just tie you on the toboggan and we'll go. And I was kind of like, okay, it's a funny joke. Like, I'm going to hop in the toboggan. I totally don't need this. But I got to the bottom of the hill. I was in, like, loads of pain and still couldn't stand up and was like, oh, yeah, something is messed up. We had, like, 5 people skiing that day because it just was not, like, we had a lot of icy conditions. One of those 5 people happened to be a PT. And she came in and, like, assessed my knee and immediately was like, yep, busted ACL.
Yikes.
So, that's not about bikes, but that's why I bike, is because I can't ski.
It's funny how many people I know that have arrived at biking as their second choice. Like, I know a lot of people that were runners, and that's all they did is run all the time. And then when they couldn't run anymore, they decided to get up on a bike, and then it turned out that they liked biking.
I kind of love that, though, because I think a lot of people, like, would come to biking eventually just because it's so, like, low impact. And, like, I'm totally thankful that I found biking. Skiing was fun, but, like, whoa, so many chances to die. Skiing is so intense.
Yeah. I've never skied. I've snowboarded a few times, not in adulthood, but I'd like to do it again.
Yeah, me too.
And I do know that I remember that in the summer in Big Bear and in like Snow Valley and stuff, when the snow melts, they'd open those up to mountain bikes, right? You've heard of this?
Yeah.
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 You put your bike on the ski lift, and they bring you up to the top, and then you ski or you bike down the mountain. That seems super fun.
Yeah. So that's something I have done, and I've done that since I blew my ACL. And it is like, it's the closest thing to flying that's not skiing is downhill mountain biking.
That's wild.
Yeah. Okay,
like
let's assess. So we need visuals. That helps.
Apparently.
We need. What do people want to see?
I mean, they want to see me play Fortnite, I think, but that's not really bicycle related. That's why I think we need like a bicycle video game or like something that can happen as we're talking, but it's visual, you know?
Yeah.
So like it's my face or your face small, but then there's also this other stuff happening at the same time. Those are good stickers.
Totally.
kind
of tiny still.
I stole some of these when I went to the office the other day.
Oh shoot, I need some of those. I'm mailing stuff.
Yeah, these are great.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Well, I think I'm gonna fix a bike.
Okay.
I'm gonna fix this bike. I'm gonna give it away to Bruce, and yeah, that's a cool example of the things we do. Okay.
Cool. I've got this game where all you do is you tend to a virtual garden, and it's very calming.
Oh yeah, I know that game.
Well, I don't know. This is my little succulent garden. The name of the garden is Matthew, and I've got all these different little plants, and I have a little snail, and I named the snail Lisa, and Lisa goes around, and your plants sometimes lose water. See, look, my plant is thirsty, and you click the little button, and then it sprays the plant. It's all very cute.
Does this also like teach you good lessons in how to keep succulents alive? Because I feel like I tend to feed my succulents too much and I kill them. This is beautiful, by the way. It looks well cultivated.
Yeah, thank you. No, I mean, other than the concept that some plants require more water than other plants. But other than that, it's not super specific. Oh, my Pachyactum overfium is thirsty. Oh, look, see, now someone's watching because I'm feeding my plants. Hello, viewer. Okay, this is not what the Bike Coalition is about. This is what the Bike Coalition is about. If you're here, I tricked you. Haha, please donate money to sdbikecoalition.org/donate. $5 gets you 1 raffle ticket. $60 gets you a free Bike Life t-shirt from the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition. Ah, you left. Oh, darn it.
Okay, Kevin, you want to know how I got this bicycle?
Yes.
So it's one of those like things that I feel like sometimes people call me randomly as the Bike Coalition to ask me something, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, but how about this thing? So it was totally one of those, like, because somebody else knew about the Bike Coalition and wanted to donate all the stuff that was like in the closing Trek stores to us. One of the newest employees at one of the Trek locations like knew that that had happened, and he called me up and was like, "Do you want some old bikes?" So I went and picked up 5 old bicycles. Ends up like not so old, actually in good condition. And just in talking to him, like, you know, we had a couple of like great ideas about ways that Trek and the Bike Coalition could potentially team up, but also like, you know, they'll keep giving us stuff as they have things to donate. So anyway, I went by in my Toyota Prius and was able to fit 5 bikes on it, 2 on the back, 3 inside. He was pretty amazed by that. He didn't know you could.
People are always impressed by the carry capacity of the Prius.
I feel like that could be a good YouTube video at some point.
How many bikes can I fit in this car?
I want to.
That'll be the raffle too. Is you put the bikes in first, and you say the person to guess how many bikes are inside this car wins a prize.
Yeah, I love that. I had a Saab convertible when I was a kid, and we used to go into LA a lot to bike because I was going to college in LA. So this one time we went to Critical Mass. We showed up late like we always did, so we spent the whole night like chasing the mass down, and by the end of the night, I got back to the McDonald's that I'd left my Saab at. It was gone. It had gotten towed, so I had to bike like across LA at midnight to go and get my vehicle. And I still had like all these people waiting on me that had to go back to school, and some of them had like missed the train and like missed the bus and like didn't have a way to get back. So in a vehicle that has like 4 seatbelts and almost no trunk space, we fit 5 people, and I think 5 complete bikes, which meant like we took all the wheels off and we shoved those like in the trunk, and people like sat on people's laps with bikes on top of them. We had to have the top open because we had to fit all this stuff.
Oh my gosh.
And it's like, you know, we went to school just outside LA, but it was still like 2 hours on the highway in this open Saab convertible with 5 people and 5 bikes.
But it was worth it.
Yeah. I mean, it's so hard in Los Angeles. Although it was expensive to pick up my vehicle that had been towed. That was not ideal.
No good.
Yep.
Novara. Is that a brand that means anything to you?
I believe it's an REI brand.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, and it's like, they make some fine bikes. I wouldn't complain.
Sure.
It's a pretty basic hybrid bike, but I took a little spin on it today, and, you know, it does what it's supposed to. It goes when you pedal. It's got tiny shocks.
Are there any other issues? So there's no main issue with this bicycle?
I have no idea. I'm kind of doing a basic safety check on it as we go along. And the guy who gave it to me also like knew nothing about it. He just said that he didn't want it, and I could do anything I wanted with it.
Cool.
So I checked the chain. The chain is totally fine. It almost looks like someone put a new chain on it, which doesn't totally make sense. See, I mean, what could have happened is that they put some money into it and then realized that they could instead like buy a nice new bike that was actually what they wanted.
But they got halfway through renovations first.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't have any dents on it. It seems okay. Good spoke tension.
So funny how much. It's funny what a good reminder this is of just like it's all about who you know, and like it reminds me of how food works, and like every single day restaurants are throwing out millions and millions of pounds of food, and at the same time people are going hungry because they don't have enough food. And there's a metaphor. I mean, you can draw the parallel to bicycles, where like there's all these excess bicycles just sitting around, and there's all these people that need bicycles. It's just a matter of mashing them up.
Yeah,
Dogs.
totally.
Also dogs. Same
No,
thing.
I was just at Thomas Community Bike Shop in San Diego, and the mechanic has a new dog, and it was what he called a COVID TJ dog. It was like a dog he picked up in Mexico that was abandoned because of COVID, and now it's his like bike shop dog.
That's cool. They have a new puppy at Uptown Bicycles on Adams Avenue as well.
Dogs and bike shops.
I
Cool.
accidentally I scared the dog because I brought the bike in. I don't know if I told you this. This is a funny story. Not that funny. It's kind of funny. The front wheel, the sidewall, was like bulging out on the tire, so I knew that was a problem. So I was like, okay, I know this is going to blow at some point, so I'll go ahead and ride it to the bike shop. And I rode to the bike shop just fine. It's like 3-4 blocks away, whatever. And I roll in, and they're like, okay, we'll be with you in just 1 second. And as I'm standing with the bicycle next to me and like waiting to be seen, the tire explodes. And I scared the dog, and I felt very bad about that. But it was great because all the mechanics came running out from the back and yelled at like the one mechanic that was working on bikes in the front. And they're like, what did you do? And he's like, it wasn't me, it was that guy. And I was like, I'm sorry. But it was just very fortuitous timing that I rolled the bike into the bike shop, and then it immediately exploded the tire, which was kind of fun.
Man, that's nuts. It's so deafening, and people always think like a bomb has gone off when that happens. Like, it's happened to you a million times. It's
the one time the worst time that ever happened to me is I had filled the tires. I just filled the tires up, and I had the bike in the back of the car for too long, I think, and it got warm, and I was driving on the street, like up Upis or something, and the tire exploded as I was driving, and it was like, talk about deafening. Like when it's outside it's loud, but like in a closed car, just like driving, like I literally thought that a gunshot had gone off. It was wild. So heat does have an effect on tire pressure.
Oh yeah, that was a huge lesson in Texas. Like it gets to 115 in the daytime, and we would tell people at the shop, like, I know it says you can pump these things up to like 90, but like keep them at 85 just to be.
Well, especially Texas, I imagine, because like at night, the temperature difference between 12 a.m. and 12 p.m. is like 30 degrees or something, right?
I don't know. Sometimes it just stays hot all the time. It's
I
so
guess that's true. Yeah.
I think Texas is unlivable. Having lived in Texas, I think I'm allowed to say that.
There's a scene that I always think about in the TV show King of the Hill. I think it's King of the Hill, where they go and visit Arizona, and they get out of the car and it's obscenely hot, and Bobby says the city is a monument to man's arrogance. And I always like that, I always remember that. What is this? What are you making?
Well, I thought I'd show you this thing. I wish I could make I can. Okay. I was asked to make, this is a cool example of what we do. I was asked to make something about e-bike safety, and Kevin, you made this beautiful thing, and I believe you said you couldn't find the
template,
thing it was made, the template, which is totally fine because we have Canva, and Canva's the best. But I'm doing my best to make something like it that's e-bike specific. So
cool.
Yeah, this is going to be hopefully just like a thing to hand out at schools, a thing to take to like the safety assemblies and stuff that we do. But I think I got most of the stuff we need. The little bit that I think is like going to be e-bike focused is the helmet thing, because the helmet laws don't apply in the same way. A little section about like the throttle and power. And I also think maybe this should actually be about like biking with someone on an e-bike.
Yeah.
You know, that seems like a hot topic.
Well, especially because some of them have spaces where you're specifically supposed to put another person.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing to note or to remember when making these is what you're like. Look at the template, the piece of paper that's printed out, because like the first page and the last, like, you know where your first slide is, and then that slide that has all the logos on it, that has to be in that same space. Because when you fold it up, it's going to fold up in a specific way that makes it be there.
So I think I don't need logos the same way. I think with this one, like, I want to use that last space to talk about something else.
Sure.
And the people funding it, I don't think they feel like they need this much space.
The other big thing that was helpful is when we made it, and I forget who the printer was, but they shipped us boxes of them pre-folded.
Oh my gosh. Office Depot really does that. But yeah, that's a bike coalition thing. Donate money and we can fold these all day long instead of paying office people to do that. This
Well,
thing
you
is
donated.
actually stunning though. It's just so well designed.
It took us a really, really long time, and it was like a lot of back and forth, and even like little things where I was like, the bike lock on that picture has to go through the wheel and like through the frame of the thing that you're locking it to. Here, let me make you big because it looks good.
So did you do all of like the mini graphic design on this, or did you have someone help design it?
We paid a graphic designer. I think it was A7D, and
Oh, cool.
no one's watching, so I can talk shit about them. I never saw the numbers, but they definitely ran off with a bunch of our money. Like we paid for like $5,000 worth of services, and they did not bill us for $5,000 worth of services. But
So that's kind of how it goes as a small business. Like, the little bit of money we have has to go a long way, which is why I'm doing this on Canva. But
yeah,
I think we can make something that looks cool if you can help me.
yes, I can help you.
They do want us to be in Spanish also. So
Yep.
that'll be, once we have the design down, that'll be simple.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it is like the same as what's on this one, thankfully.
Good.
But it's like with the lesson just being how do we make kids conscious of safety. Oh man, like this was easy and fun because it's like you all should know this, and now it's cute.
Well, and it's cute, and it's also like designed with the like knowledge that someone's going to pick it up, they're going to glance at it, and like 50% of the people are just going to look at the front and never read the rest of it. And the people that do read the rest of it are going to read it once and then get rid of it. So you really got to make it quick and easy and like super fast to digest, and like as few words as possible, the graphics as big as possible, and as easy to understand as possible. Yeah, all that stuff's important.
Cool. Well, we'll see what we can make about e-bikes.
We've got a comment here from Hessie Clark that says those handouts are awesome and informative. You know what, Hessie? That's true. They are awesome and informative. Thank you for your comment. Sylvie is fixing a bicycle that doesn't need a whole lot of fixing, it looks like.
It does need the wheel trued. I might go and get a tool so I can do that, and I'll like move it up so we can do that up close.
Sure.
Okay, I'll be back.
Do it. Okay.
Have fun talking about bikes.
Thank you. I will. Welcome to our presentation on the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition. We're going to remove that and add that, and there we go. So, my name is Mr. Kevin. Everyone say hi, Mr. Kevin. Very good. Visit sdbikecoalition.org. That's the website that you see here. One of the first things you'll see is this link to our Bike Month fundraiser page. On that page, it tells you the same things I'm about to tell you now, which is if you donate $5, then you get a raffle ticket. As far as prizes, we've got some insane stuff, and we've been showing those off all stream, and we'll show off more of them. The other thing I want to draw your attention to, though, is that with a $60 donation, which again is a donation that goes towards funding the Bike Coalition and all the cool work we do, that also gets you a Life by Bike, Bike Month Bike Coalition t-shirt. Let me zoom in a little. There you go. It doesn't get you a chance to win that t-shirt. You literally win the t-shirt. It's yours. So donate $60 and you get that thing. We're going to draw the raffle tickets on June 3rd. And again, we have so many prizes. Our office is full of stuff, and I'd love to get rid of some of that stuff. So if you help me do that, the way to do it is to buy these raffle tickets. They're just $5. $60 gets you a Bike Month t-shirt, not a chance to win a t-shirt, the actual t-shirt. And if you donate $100, that's 20 raffle tickets. So we'll be doing the drawing on June 3rd, as this is a Bike Month fundraising campaign. We've been doing this since May 1st. We already had some cool raffle prizes that we've given away. We've got a lot more to give away, including a $1,000 wheel set. Oh my gosh. Look at these cool people that are very nice and give stuff that's related to bicycles. So we're looking to raise $10,000. As of, I don't know the last time this is updated, probably yesterday, we're at just over 6,000, which is great. We've had some people donate when watching this stream, which we very much appreciate. But I feel like not every single person who watches is donating. I don't know. I feel like that might be rude of me to say, especially because there's literally no one watching right now, and I'm just sort of talking into the void. We are at 60% of our goal. We still need $3,956. What that means is if you were feeling motivated and you had a bunch of extra money lying around, you could just go ahead and in one fell swoop donate all $3,956, and then we'd be done, and that would be nice. So, we've had 54 people donate so far. Do the math, 54 into 6,044. Those people are very friendly and nice to us. We appreciate that. Click a button, donate some amount that you'd like. If you donate $60, you get the t-shirt, and that's how that all works. We at the Bike Coalition do so much different cool stuff. Education being one of the big things, but events being the other cool thing. Sort of our mantra is advocate, educate, and celebrate. And Bike Month has all three of those things in spades. What does that mean, in spades? Like, it means that there's a lot of it. But does it also mean that it's good? Is spade the highest suit? Does, like, a pair of spades beat a pair of hearts? I don't know. It is Bike Anywhere Week. That runs from the 16th to the 22nd. Today is the 20th, and this would be Bike to Work Day, but instead it's Bike Anywhere Week, so that's fun. Today, in fact, in 3 minutes, a city cycling class starts. That's not on this stream. That's something that you should have signed up for already. You might be able to still sign up, so you could go to the sdbikecoalition.org/events page and sign up for that if you wanted. And you could figure out why people ride in the middle of the street when there's a Shero on the street. Spoiler alert, it's because that's where you're supposed to ride. Tomorrow is Friday, and that's when we've got our Bike Commuting 202 class. It's the continuation of the 101 class, but it's not required. You don't have to have taken 101 in order to take 202. In fact, a lot of times the information that we cover in 202 seems like 101 to some people, and the information that we cover in 101 seems like 202 to some people. Anyway, if nothing else, it's got some cool colors and some nice visuals, so it's bright and colorful. And then finally, Sylvie. Oh, wait, Sylvie's gone. It's Darth Vader. Oh, no, Darth Vader's here. Darth Vader, tell us why you like Women Trans Femme Week.
Man, I was hoping we'd get somebody with that amazing stunt that I pulled. But I'll give it a go.
Yeah,
why do I like this week? Because this is my people on bikes. I'm sick of walking into bike shops and people thinking I don't know anything about bikes when I've been a mechanic since I was 18. So if we can get more people that look like me on bikes, I think we have a good chance of that not happening as often. That's the place to map that.
Is that crocheted? What is that?
Oh, it's bedazzled.
Oh, it's bedazzled. That's nice.
So we've got a couple of these in my house. It's becoming a collection.
That's very cool.
But I picked up a bike tool. I also have a 20-pound bike lock with me, which is definitely amusing. I still have this in case anybody wants to see it. Donate to the Bike Coalition. Just one of the things that we would do if we had the time was bedazzle bicycles and send those as people to thank yous who had donated to us.
I like that.
Seems like a good use of time.
Sylvia, I still don't know a whole lot about this virtual bike fitting class that's happening.
Oh, cool. Wow, I was thinking it'd be fun to set up my bike so I could actually bike on it while that class is going on.
Ooh, that's good.
So, I'll keep holding this up because that got someone. How do I do this again? Okay, this class is happening because we've teamed up with CV Sciences and Nelson Vales, and they wanted a chance to showcase what Nelson's up to these days. One of the things that he's doing is talking about how since being an Olympian, also still being a cyclist, his body's still used to biking, and he still has kind of a cycling and training regime that he sticks to. And a big piece of training successfully is what recovery looks like, an active recovery. And that ties into bike fitting well because, getting into competitive cycling means that you got to have a bike that you actually feel good biking on. And a lot of people have a bike that they just accept the way it is. And it's oh, my bum kind of aches. The saddle's kind of uncomfy. my neck aches, like things just don't fit, but like it's biking, it's supposed to be uncomfy. Oh my God, no, it's not. Biking should feel fine. So Nelson's going to join us. He's going to talk a little about like the like lead up to and like following, a race and like going out and doing distances. And I'm going to talk about that space in between, which is like you got to be on a bike that feels good, and this is how you make that happen. I love this photo of this gal. Like, I had a photo in the slideshow of someone who just obviously doesn't fit on a bike, and it was just some like stock photo that somebody took to show like a woman on a bike. And this woman like obviously has a bike that she loves. It looks like exactly the size and shape she needs. So I thought that was cool. That's why that's up in that. But yeah, I'm going to show people basically what the ideal body position is on a bike, and then how to make adjustments at home, and how to take a bike that they have and do the best they can to make it fit them. I had a guy who used to come into the bike shop I had a job at in Austin, Texas, and he was like maybe my height, so like 5'5". He had a bike that I want to say was like a 60-inch bike. So like I can't get on a bike that size. That's like, it's not safe to like put me on a bike. It's not 60 inches, excuse me, 60 cms. Anyway, he had this bike that was way, way, way too big to fit him. And he'd like bike all the way up to the shop on it. You'd watch him dismount, and like, his body would land on the top tube. And then he'd come in and complain about things like shifting issues. And I would usually be like, dude, I can help you fix some things on this bike, but like you can't bike on this. It's just not safe because you can't dismount this thing safely. Anyway, that happens with people though, is they have a bike they love and that's it. They don't want to get a bike that actually fits them because they have some like personal attachment to that bike. But it's just game changing when you have a bike that you actually want to bike on. I had 5 of my bikes stolen, and immediately following that, like, I picked up a bike just to use, and I didn't like biking on it, and so I spent a lot of time biking less until I found a bike that fit me again. It was my size, and it was my style, and I got back into it, like, almost immediately when I had that bike that I liked.
Well, and it's true, I think, that people assume that biking is inherently an uncomfortable activity. And if you're on a bicycle, then it's going to hurt, and it's going to make you sore. And I guess to a certain extent, moving your body can make you sore, for sure. But if there's pain, then that's a sign that something's wrong. And there's adjustments that you can make, that you can figure out if you like the way this feels or like the way that feels or whatever else. Saddles come in a million different sizes and shapes. Look at that.
Yeah. I think the thing people also don't know is, like, this is actually a good example. Maybe this is why this bike was given away. You can see, like, the rails of this saddle. Let's see which way do we go with that. Someone has put it like way, way up at like the extent of the place it should be on the rails. Like, that's the end. It should be someplace in the middle. And the place that it is on the rails is going to affect like how, your like body geometry is on the bike. I have a painting that goes along well with this, actually. If you'll give me a moment, I'll get my painting.
Yeah, adjusting the height of the seat is the most obvious thing that I think people know about. But there's also the angle, and by angle I mean front, back, side, side. Is the nose of the seat higher than the back, or vice versa? There's a lot of different adjustments that you can make, and it seems like people want to see Sylvie, because as soon as she leaves, everyone else leaves from watching the stream. We're learning a lot from this live for 4 hours experiment. What else is going on over here? Smart cycling class. Oh, here we go. Yes.
This is actually not the one I wanted, but I thought I'd hold something up to see if that helps.
Thank you. Penny farthing. Also,
I found it. I found it. Okay. Okay. This is my bike fitting. So, yeah, because the seat can move up and back so much, if you, like, slam the seat way back, you end up with, like, the force of your knee coming down, like, maybe not aligned with the pedal and your foot. I've got a buddy who was just saying he was having knee pain, and I watched him bike, and his seat was not well lined up, and so he wasn't, like, pushing all of his weight down, like, into the biggest bones in his leg and, like, into the pedal. Instead, his knee was, like, out past his foot, and so he was, like, putting all this weight on his bones at this funny angle, and it just doesn't take long to end up with a lot of like body pain because of things being badly adjusted because you sit in the same position the whole time. So yeah, we'll talk about this in my bike fitting class, but then we'll have Nelson Vales tune in. Should we go to his Wikipedia page and talk about how cool Nelson Vales is?
That's a great idea.
I know
So
we can't do this on... Yeah, go ahead.
I first heard about him. I don't remember if I knew about the movie first or with Kevin Bacon. I'm going to start here because those movie posters are amazing.
I was hoping you'd go this way with it. Yeah, awesome.
Yes. That's Lawrence Fishburne. Quicksilver or Premium Rush, obviously Quicksilver. He wears a cool fedora, not a fedora, beret. I almost said bidet. That's a very different thing. There's this great bike ballet scene where they're dancing around the neighborhood. And look at that. One of the first things that comes up is this cool stock photo of them being very 80s.
Oh my gosh. You know what? So I've seen this movie once, and I do have a memory of the scene that Nelson Vales is in now that I see him again at this age. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. It's that very first scene, and Kevin Bacon has a great mustache. And he's like, I am a stockbroker, and I have too much money, and I don't care about anything. And then he's in a taxi cab, and the Nelson Vale starts riding really fast. And he's just like, to the taxi driver, he's like, I'm going to give you $50 if you can beat that guy. And then Nelson Vales wins, and it's all very cool. And that's how he gets his hat, I think, is Nelson Vales drops the hat, and then Kevin Bacon wears the hat throughout the rest of the movie. And then there's bicycle chases, and it's like action movie, but with bicycles, and it's like, there's an evil, it's always an evil capitalist that wants to take away the, rec center from the kids, and they have to raise money. And yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Okay, I want to watch this movie again. Maybe that's what I'm going to do tonight when we finish talking about bikes. I'll watch a movie about bikes.
And I need to still see Premium Rush, because I still haven't seen that.
You do. It's totally funny. We talk about helmets a little bit. I have some helmet things I'm thinking about.
Well, Nelson's wearing kind of a funny helmet in this picture. We can use that as a transition.
Okay. What else do we know about that helmet? Because meanwhile, I'll see if I can post and tell people on social media that we'll be live talking about silly bike stuff all night.
So this helmet has no ventilation holes, I'm noticing. It's also got sponsorship logos on it. And so that's interesting. The thing about bike helmets is they make them in all different types, and there's a lot of different brands. And people say to me, Mr. Kevin, they say, Mr. Kevin, what is the best brand of bicycle helmet? And I say the same thing every time, which is the best kind of bike helmet is the helmet that you're the most likely to wear. The helmet that you're the most likely to wear. So if that's a helmet that looks like Hello Kitty, then great, get a Hello Kitty helmet. If that's a helmet that looks like it's got horns that come out of the top, whatever, that's great. If for you that's a helmet that makes it look like you're racing across France or whatever else, then great, you can do that too. It only works if it's on your head. The law says that if you're under the age of 18, you're required to wear a helmet, and if you're over the age of 18, you can do all kinds of silly stuff. That's fine. But the thing that got me to wear a helmet more was finding a helmet that I actually liked wearing. And for me, that meant a helmet with technology in it. They've got helmets with lights. They've got a helmet with speakers. They've got helmets with all kinds of different stuff. I've even got a little tiny microphone, and the helmet Bluetooth connects to my phone, and it'll read out turn-by-turn directions, and I can ask Siri to play a song, and I can make phone calls, all from my bicycle helmet. And Koros Links, I think, is the... Maybe I should pull that up. Do some product placement. Maybe they'll send me a free helmet. Koros Omni. Ooh, so cool. Yeah, look at that. That's the last one I had. And then I upgraded to the other one. I don't even focus on helmets anymore. It's all about these other things. Lynx is the first one I had. Oh, that's what it was. I had the Lynx, and now I've got the Omni. Very cool looking. So it's got these little Bluetooth connections and lights, and if I fall and hit my head, then it automatically calls my wife. So that's fun. Anyway, obviously a helmet that you're wearing when you're doing a time trial around a track is going to look different than the helmet that you're wearing if you're going long distance. And some reasons for that can be ventilation. Some reasons for that can be the weight of it. And even, the style. So like I said, helmets that look like commuter helmets are sometimes more comfortable for people because they feel less aggressive. They mold to your head a little bit more. They cover the back of your head a little bit better. Any helmet is going to work. But if you're wearing a motorcycle helmet or a snowboard helmet where you're riding a bike, it's not what it's designed for. And so it's probably not the best thing. That's a tandem race. Look at that. I didn't even know that was a thing. That would be wild to watch. Tandem bike race. I bet they go really, really fast. There is a velodrome in San Diego. It's a real thing. You can go watch bike races, and it's just like NASCAR, but with a bunch of hipsters. You get a burrito and go sit and watch all the people race around the track. Very fun. So Nelson's going to help us out with a bike fitting class. That's going to happen on May 28th between 6 and 7, right here on YouTube Live. YouTube Live, the preferred choice of Bicycle Coalition streamers everywhere. YouTube Live. Also coming up in June, we've got our Smart Cycling class Part 1. Very important. Highly recommend that you take that if you're going to take any sort of bike education seriously moving forward. And apparently, Thursday, June 3rd, is World Bike Day. So that's where we'll have a big slideshow. That's where we're going to give out the raffle prizes and make it fun and entertaining, but also educational because we can't help it. What else is going on? More city cycling, bike-friendly driver course. That's a good one. I mean, again, my goal is that when you got a driver's license, you'd have some sort of training on how to interact with bicycles. And technically, there's like 2 questions on the test about it, but it's not emphasized. And just reinforcing the idea that roads are for people, not just people in cars, feels like something that's important to me.
Well, I have new fun things, and I love what you've been talking about. I think this is all like valuable stuff to show people this is what we do, and this is what we could do if we had additional funding from this Bike Month fundraising campaign. But also, Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin. I don't know if you watch SNL, but I think Adie Bryant is one of the best people on it. When she's talking to Michael Shea and she's being like a middle school kid. Okay. This is like the best multi-tool of all time.
Wow.
I went down to my bike stash and was like, I need to get a spoke wrench. And the one I actually like best is the one that's on my multi-tool.
That's cool looking.
So, yeah, have you seen how this is? So this is, what's that? I think it's a size 9 and a size 10 wrench. Nice, easy, essential. Yeah. And then if you twist it off, dun, 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 up close stuff looks fun on webcam. Okay, look at that. Each side is its own little spoke key.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, so I'm going to use this now to true the wheel on this bike that I'm giving away to Bruce Ingram. Maybe we want to pull up a little bit of info about Bruce Ingram Day. It's kind of cool that the city is like dedicating, something to this guy because he's had such a positive influence in the community. I kind of love that.
I will look that up, but I also want to show this. So we've got a new model showing off our new Life by Bike t-shirt. So this t-shirt is what you get if you donate $60. Also, Andy will be down at the office tomorrow morning between 8 and 10. I heard he's going to give away donuts. I can't guarantee that that's true. But if you see him, tell him Kevin said so. Anyway, so we put out a call for artists to design a Bike Month t-shirt for us. We got a whole bunch of responses. We hemmed and hawed and voted again and then called in all our spouses and then continued to vote. And we arrived at this one. I like the horizontal lines. I like the words. I like that it's chill, but also clean and exciting. So thanks, Andy, for modeling the Life by Bike Bike Month 21 SD Bike Coalition San Diego County t-shirt, because it looks great. Okay, who wants to learn what?
What happened to the saddle? I know that I'm not in the same space as you, but you saw me holding it, and now it's gone.
I don't know.
I found it. Okay.
Bruce Ingram, San Diego. After 30 years of spreading joy from a street corner, Sarah Mason's neighbors are giving back.
So, yeah, people in the community love this guy, and he's been really influential and just made people's lives good. We got contacted as the Bike Coalition to ask if we could help find him a tricycle. I think the sweet and funny thing about this is that I was looking and looking and looking, and I couldn't find him a tricycle in San Diego, and I was thinking maybe we could get him a used one. And then, like, randomly this week, someone at one of the track shops in San Diego told me that they had an adult tricycle they wanted to give away. So I got all excited. I told all the people that had kind of been planning on like doing this special bike giveaway with Bruce that I finally had found a tricycle that we could hook him up with. They told me they'd actually went ahead and bought one because they didn't think I'd be able to find one, which is totally acceptable. Like sometimes people ask the Bike Coalition to get them bikes and we don't have bikes available. So within like minutes of finding out that they had a bike, he'd gotten it, he loved it, I then found out that the tricycle was the one of the 6 bikes that Trek had that they actually couldn't give away. So all good, we moved on. Then I get a text message. It's the same woman who's been talking to me about getting a bike to give to Bruce, and she's like, oh, you know what? He actually can bike on a 2-wheel bike. I have a video of him doing it. She sent me the video. It was beautiful. And she was like, you know, he's got this tricycle. That's cool. But he would also be happy to have a 2-wheel bike, and like how special to just continue to like give back to this guy. So that's what's happening now is this has all gone on. We've got these accidental bikes, and now this one is going to be his bike and the tricycle they bought him. Whoa, okay. This is not the ideal tool to tighten a saddle with. That's okay.
Did you know that tomorrow is the day?
Yeah, that's why I'm doing this tonight.
Mr. Bruce Ingram is a resident of the city of San Diego, Sarah Mason neighborhood, and he's brought joy, and he's waved and blown kisses on weekdays between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. at the corner of Sandrock and Glen Haven. And he loves making people happy, and he's a valued member of the community, and therefore, it's Bruce Ingram Day tomorrow. How cool.
Yeah, so sweet.
That's great. What a fun thing.
Yeah, I'm excited that we can be involved in this in some way. Like, I like that the people in San Diego know about the Bike Coalition and think of us when something is special happening, and they, like, you know, they want us to be involved. I was invited out at, like, 7 a.m. to go and meet him when they give away the bike, and I've just got too much going on because it's Bike Month.
Yeah. So no other issues with the bicycle you found, right?
No, I'm going to mess with the saddle angle a little bit. I noticed the back wheel needs to get trued, and oh, cool, someone is tuning in. Well, welcome. This is the Sylvie and Kevin show. I'm fixing a bicycle for free to give away to this guy you can see up on the screen. And the whole idea behind this fundraising event is just to show people what the Bike Coalition does and why donate. It helps us keep doing this stuff.
I was going to show a video, but then I realized that YouTube would probably get mad at me. So because of donations from viewers like you, we're able to put on all kinds of cool, different events in San Diego. We, being the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition, And we're looking for donations. Because it is Bike Month, May is the month that everyone remembers that bikes exist. And so if you visit our webpage and click on the donate button, then it'll bring you to this page here. $5 gets you 1 raffle ticket. $100 gets you 20 raffle tickets. Do the math on that one. If you donate $60, then you get a Bike Month t-shirt. If you donate $60 2 times, then you get 2 t-shirts. What are you going to do with the second one? I don't know. Find someone you like and give it to them. This t-shirt is unique in that it is the Bike Coalition's Bike Month t-shirt. That is not the same thing as the iCommute Sandag Bike Anywhere Week t-shirt. That one is also unique because it's not a Bike to Work Day t-shirt. You can't find a Bike to Work Day t-shirt anywhere in this town this year. Hopefully next year you will. And next year will be officially the 30th anniversary of Bike to Work Day, even though technically it was 2 years ago. But, you know, Kevin shrugs his shoulders and says, COVID. So if you want to get a t-shirt, donate $60. You can donate via our website, sdbikecoalition.org, and then click the donate button. Look at these nice people that are friends of ours. They're cool. And so we're looking to raise 10,000. We're at about 6,000 now. We're needing just under 4,000 to go. If you felt motivated, you could donate all $3,956 tonight as one lump sum donation, and then we'd be done early, and that would be fun for everybody. And it would be such a good story, right? You could tell your friends, like, hey, remember that time I donated $4,000 to the Bike Coalition? And people would be like, yeah, man, you're crazy. And be like, I know. So that's how I saw that going. Or you could just give $5, and if you did do those $5 donations, then that would get you a raffle ticket. So many prizes. Bike locks, bike swag, lights, shirts, clothing, jerseys, bags, and a good amount of it expensive stuff as well. There's a hat. Thanks, Sylvie. And this is stuff that we've had donated or stuff that we're donating ourselves that, you know, it's in our best interest to get rid of. I'd like to no longer have that bike bell laying around the office. Ooh, that's nice and loud. And so if you donate, then you're entered to win that. And honestly, at this point, we're at how many individual donators? 54 supporters. So you have a 1 in 55 chance of winning something if you donate. I think that's how math works. And if we have more than 55 prizes, then you're guaranteed to win something. Wait, no, that's not how math works. Okay. Anyway, we're at 60% of our goal. We've got 11 days left. I think it's possible, especially with help from viewers like you. So your donation goes towards helping us do all kinds of things in San Diego. As the Bicycle Coalition, we're a bike advocacy organization, and we're in favor of getting more people on bikes. And specifically, we're in favor of getting people from point A to point B by bicycle. If you want to race mountain bikes, if you want to do bike jousting, bike polo, race around a track, those are all options. Highly recommend you check it out and try those things out and donate to those organizations. But we are the Bicycle Coalition, and we are focused on commuting by bicycle, getting around town from point A to point B. No longer reaching for the car keys every single time you leave the house. You have options when you leave the house. You could take a bike or the bus or the taxi or the trolley or the train or the coaster, Amtrak. There's ride share, there's scooters, there's skateboards, there's rollerblades, bicycles, tricycles. There's all kinds of new. I was just in downtown San Diego for the first time, and usually I don't spend much time away from downtown San Diego. There's new stuff there, new bike share stuff, and you need a light if you're gonna ride a bike at night.
Kevin, I got it. I know why this bike was given away. It's because the light doesn't go on.
Well then throw the whole thing away.
That's something a donation would solve. I am going to put lights on this bike because I'm giving it away to someone. But, donate $5. You could win a lock. We could buy a lock. We could give away a light. Win a lock. Win a light. It
All
feels
good
like
things.
when we talk about
People go away. I know.
Okay, so maybe what we do is we just keep talking about anything, and that
Right.
thing at the bottom of the page
Just
is
kind of gets
enough.
people there. It's possible.
I don't know. They do it so well on like NPR. I just saw an episode of Portlandia, which was talking about what they call the driveway moment, which is when
Yes. I
yeah,
remember
okay,
that
cool.
episode, yeah. But
Yeah,
that's a real thing that on NPR they do talk about the driveway moments.
yeah, and it's a thing that I felt. I've
Yeah.
definitely had times I'm like, well, how does this end?
Yeah, absolutely.
So how do we make this whole thing that moment?
Well, I think, yeah, that's the difference is that NPR has the pledge and then they have their like best of when like Terry Gross interviewed The Rock and they were flirting with each other and it was so cool. Like, I don't know that actually happened, but that would be cool. But they have their highlights, and instead of highlights, this is more like a telethon, which they don't do anymore, and maybe this is why, because it's hard and it makes my voice tired, and I don't know that I'm gonna. It's am I getting paid overtime for this? Is that how this is working? Let's meet the staff. That's Kevin. He took a picture with a fortune cookie a long time ago, and he uses it for his profile picture all over the place.
Once
Why
you
is
have that one good photo, it's like, why would you take a photo again?
Yeah, well, it used to be this one, and now it's the llama picture. It's just me and a llama everywhere I go. I don't know why I'm listed first on this. In fact, I'm
Yeah,
slightly...
is it? No, it's not alphabetical. Huh.
It could be seniority at this point.
We could
'Cause
change that.
I think it should go Andy. It should go in reverse order almost. Well, no, Andy's in the middle now. What is the order?
Maybe it should be. I think it's nonsense, but maybe it should be alphabetical because it still puts Andy at the top.
That's true. Oh, so alphabetical by first name.
Yeah.
So it'd be Andy, Jesse, Jacob, Jesse, Kevin, Oliver, Sylvie. All right.
Sounds good to me. Hey, editing the website as we go.
We're getting new business cards. That's exciting.
That is an exciting thing.
I've got an old business card over here somewhere. I used to. Where'd it go? But I was looking at it the other day. The business card has outdated. We don't have a PO box number anymore. That phone number doesn't work anymore. My job title is wrong, and I've got like 500 of them left in my desk drawer somewhere. So, oh well. Glad to be happy.
What I do like that we have, and I'll just pull it out.
Oh, Jesse says that staff is alphabetical by last name. Barros, Clark, Francek, Hanshaw, Mandel, and Zuniga. That makes sense.
Okay, this is something I'm excited about, and I'm so happy we have, because I feel like it's not that people want to know us specifically, they want to know about the Bike Coalition, and that's like the little bit of info they want to see. So this, it has the link to sign up and take classes, and like the class we teach most often is listed. And then it has the join page, and anything else that you like need is, you know, just on the website. But I think this is the thing that people want to see. It's not like, how do I contact Sylvie? It's like, how do I get in touch with the Bike Coalition because I want a bike, I need a bike, I have a bike, I've got a kid who has a bike.
Yeah, but also if your job title is something that has to do with education, they're looking to take a class, then it's good to know how to contact you, I guess.
Kevin, something I just noticed is that Jesse does not show up on this. We can't see that he's watching, but he is watching because he's commenting.
Yeah.
So that makes me think that I should keep doing this to begin with.
Uh-huh.
But also that we have people paying attention to us that we might not know about.
That's true.
And I don't think that changes anything that much. I think we should just keep talking about bikes, but I want to acknowledge that.
Right. So I'm going to choose to believe that the reason that it says we have 0 viewers is because we have 1,000 viewers, and it rolled over, and it's just going back to 0 now. Because it's like our viewers count is too high. It can't handle it.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
I like those cards you showed off, and it's funny. It makes me think about QR codes because it's so funny how like they came out and everyone laughed at them, and so then they went away, and now they're back in a big way. Everybody loves QR codes now.
Oh, should we teach people how to make them? Because people ask me to make them all the time, and I just use a website to make them automatically. Yeah. But I think that's valuable. That's a good use of,
How do you do it? Because I just Google the phrase "free QR code maker."
Yeah, that's what I do.
Right. I clicked the wrong button. Free.
Then I just copy the link that I want the code to match. And then this is the place that, like, someone's losing. Oh, yeah, I use this exact website. I don't even download it. I just take a screenshot of it. Because sometimes you have to pay to download it.
Oh, interesting. For this one, you don't have to pay, though.
Oh, solid. Okay, cool.
Then what I do is I always click this because they have all these different options. I like this one because then I crop it and I crop out the scan me part, and it just is like the box. Cool. And then it looks nice. So yeah, look, some of these things, free sign up, more frames. No. See those blue ones? You don't click those. It's these top 3 are the free ones, and those are the ones you want. Okay. And then you just hit download, and it's totally fine, and they don't charge you nothing. Thanks, QR code generator. That, and then my other secret tool is LunaPic. You guys know about LunaPic?
No. What's LunaPic?
LunaPic is a free online photo editor. And before I figured out that Canva could erase the backgrounds of things, and even then I still do it with this, is you upload a picture, and it actually probably won't work really well on Andy's picture. But one of the like default things that it's like really good at is transparent background. And so all the times I'd have like a logo and I needed it to be a clear background. But this is a free service, and boom, just like that, it takes that out. So it's not going to work great on this picture. But yeah, LunaPic is, for years I've used this because I don't want to pay for Photoshop. And it does a great job of being a completely online photo editor. Now we use Canva, and Canva's obviously better than anything.
I think it speaks well though to what a like creative team of people we have. Like, so much of what we do at the Bike Coalition is just like us making it happen. We only have a staff of 6 people, and it's like the same 6 people like set up events and like get funding and go to those events and teach at those events, and then make the things that we like hand out at the events. And so we've all found out how to do so many skills, like graphic design and video creation and editing and website design, and some of that's just like being a small business, but I also think a lot of that's just that we have so much like passion associated with what we do, and to be able to do it well, we've like continued to accumulate skills so that we can keep doing it even when we don't have enough like funding to go out and pay someone to design something, because we know this stuff is valuable.
That's also modern life, is that like I can do more work in 45 minutes with a laptop than it took someone 6 weeks to do without one. And I've never been trained as a graphic designer, but we've all sort of figured it out. And I've never been trained as a map maker or anything, but we've done that as well. So it's fun to figure out how to adapt. One of the things that helps us know how to adapt is when you, viewer, donate money. Welcome to the Bike Month fundraiser. Your $5 donation gets you a raffle ticket, and that raffle ticket gets you so many fun, cool prizes. Sylvie has some examples. We've got locks, we've got lights, we've got clothing, we've got jerseys, we've got helmets, we've got hats, and $5 equals 1 raffle ticket. $100 gets you 20 raffle tickets. What's that?
We do have helmets to give away. This is one of them. This is actually a totally nice helmet.
That's a great one. But there's also stuff that's not even specifically like, there's tangential bike-related items.
Like these bandanas made by New Belgium.
Exactly.
Topo map of, what's that town? Fort Collins, Colorado?
I was going to say, it's probably Fort Collins, yeah. That looks cool. I like that. I saw the posters we all got on my desk the other day. Those are also very cool.
Okay, Kevin, I have a question. Do you know the bike glove company? It's called Hands Up.
No.
Okay, you've got the screen share. Go ahead and look up Hands Up. Bike Glove Company. You can make custom gloves with them, but they
Ooh.
also just have like totally silly gloves. And the best thing, when you go like this with the gloves, it spells things. Okay, so you got to find the gloves. It's like
Hand
mountain
up?
bike gloves. Hands Up? Okay, maybe I'm mistaken by the name. Let's see.
That's hand
But
up. I've got
Hand Up.
hand up. Hand up. Hand up gloves. Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, pull some of those up. This is so cool. I do actually like biking in gloves a lot. I get cold hands, and anytime I've done long distance biking, it's been so valuable to have bike gloves. In fact, when I biked in Patagonia, kind of made a mistake. I was going to go someplace else to do like 2 months of biking and was like, oh, I don't know, it's like winter time, so maybe I'll go to Patagonia because it's the opposite season. But like, hey, when it's, October and November in the United States, it's still snowing in Patagonia, even though it's the opposite season. So I had this one day that we had like a couple thousand miles of elevation change. And we went between like, raining to like mist to hail and sleet to snowing and then back down again. Oh, that's when you want bike gloves. That's when you want these bike gloves so that like even when it sucks, you can be like, okay, maybe it's not bad.
I don't have any full fingered bike gloves. I've got the short fingered ones and like the mesh, 70s style ones. In fact, I got them from Thousand, the helmet company. They make bike gloves also.
Oh, they make beautiful gloves. Yeah.
But these are very cool looking.
Yeah. Yeah, keep going. They make some funny ones too.
Dude,
It makes me want to get into mountain biking, but I lent my mountain bike to my little sibling, so I'm not getting back into mountain biking anytime soon.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, send it.
Shred,
Yeah,
party
it's so
time. That's cool because then it's like you have something to do with your hands when someone's taking a picture of you.
It's a good way, like if you can't, yell loud enough to communicate with someone. Like
Yeah.
I'm sitting on one jump and somebody is like a couple feet away sitting on a jump, and I'm like, go ahead, send it.
Party time, get rad. Oh man, have you seen Rad? Rad is such a good movie.
I've seen half of it. I haven't seen the whole thing yet.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I should get some of these. These are great. I like it. The other thing I like about them is with the back being very colorful. I mean, if I'm signaling, if I'm putting my hand out and waving it, it makes it easier for people to see that.
So I don't know if this exists yet, but I'd love to see like a nice light up glove, something that's like highly visible in the daytime, but at night you can use it when you like signal.
Like the raver kids use, where it's got the lights in the, when they do the rave
Oh
things.
my gosh. Yeah, that should be a bike thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we had someone email us this week, and this was kind of cool. He was designing a backlight that would flash and then go solid anytime you slow down the bike. So it was meant to be like an automobile that you'd like actually indicate. Yeah. He wanted feedback on it. I think he's going to post about it on the Bike Coalition's Facebook page so people can take a look and see what they think. But it's an awesome idea. I think the only challenge is that usually a flashing bike light is an indication that like something is amiss and that, like it's time to get a new battery and plug in that light. And so it looked a little bit to me as if like the light was going to go out and then it just went solid. And I know like, how do you like show that it's actually associated with how the bike is moving when no one expects a bike to have a functional tail light? So
I definitely haven't ever gone all out, but Marissa Light Me Up Safety Lights always inspires me to like just load the thing up with lights, just like, and I like the ones where they have the little lasers that come down and show you like how far away 3 feet is from the bike.
Ooh, yeah, I love that.
In fact, look at that. It's a.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Let's make you big so we can see that. Nope, that's me.
Hold on. It's too shiny. Pull it out. Spoke light. Boom. So it goes into the spokes and then it makes pictures. But I need batteries. But it's like, you see how big it is? And it clips onto your spoke. And so when I pedal, it's going to make pictures.
And can you decide what it shows? Like, can you set it to make the images that you want to see?
It says the product consists of 32 pieces colorful LEDs. It can flash 32 different kinds of patterns. Patterns will be changed every 4 seconds. Pattern is clear and completely when speed up to 25 kilometers per hour. Work mode is automatic. Wow, tattoo that on my forehead. Work mode is automatic. Yeah, so this is a birthday present from my wife, and I'm very excited to try it out.
Oh man, I was gonna say she should get you some bike gloves next time, but
that's true.
In the meantime, that's a cool gift.
Yeah, so I got 2 of them, and I'm very excited. Yeah, there's one that I've seen online, and like apparently you can't. It's impossible to find right now. I think it's Monkey Lights, but that's the one where you Bluetooth it to your phone, and you can like draw pictures and really customize it.
Amazing. This is the stuff that I think gets new people excited about biking, though.
Totally.
Like, this isn't something that someone's putting on to like bike on the weekend. It's like, I've got kids, and like I want to bike with them, and let's make it silly and fun.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'm excited about silly bike stuff that engages new types of cyclists. Oh wow, 2 people biking outside my house on Lime bikes. I didn't know we still had those in San Diego.
I didn't either.
And so one of them had a helmet in the basket, which makes me kind of want to talk about helmets. And I have one.
We talked with Lime a while ago, and they were going to input a helmet required thing for their scooters and maybe for their bicycles as well, where the helmet came with it was like magnetically locked into the bike. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's going to happen. But yeah, I was just downtown, and the number of scooter companies that exist is crazy. But when they first came out, this is what I would do: is just I already had a big, shoulder bag, and I would just keep the helmet with me all the time because it wouldn't add any weight, and I'm already wearing a bike style bag. And then if I bike to work and I am going out for lunch, or even if I didn't, if I just have the bag with me, I always keep the helmet with me because then the scooter pops up. Let me move this like that. That's not good. There we go. And then...
Kevin, I'm still listening. I just wanted to go away and collect all of my cycling hats.
Oh my god. We have a Bike Coalition cycling hat. They do exist. Mine's a little bit small, but you got to get.
I have the Coffee Hub cycling cap.
Oh, that's a good one. But yeah, my thing is, I'm saying get a helmet that's a light helmet, and just like carry that with you all the time. Because then when you do get to those scooters that you're going to use, you can just throw the helmet on real quick. It's nice. But yes, cycling caps are great, and they make you look like a real serious cyclist.
Yeah, so that's what I want to talk about. Is like I actually love cycling caps. That's not why I have so many. It's because anytime people who don't know me that well want to buy me a gift, they get me a cycling cap because they think that's what all cyclists want. But no lie, like I always bike in a cycling cap, and I'd love to talk about that if anybody wants to know why I bike in a cycling cap, and then I'll show you all of my cycling caps, including the one I made.
Ooh, that's cool.
I'm now making my own cycling caps.
That's very cool. So what's the point of the brim on a cycling cap? It's so small. Does it even really do anything?
Yeah, I think it actually does. I mean, to begin with, I think it looks cool. I know that's a little silly, but like the little bit of sunshade that you get out of it is nice. And if you have a helmet that doesn't have a brim fit in, I think that it's nice to have it on the cycling cap. But the biggest thing is like, I've had a couple of bike helmets and like the Velcro and the padding is kind of a mess, and like I take it off my head and it's just, I don't know, it's funky. So having a cap on means that like my head stays clean and it like collects the sweat someplace besides my helmet. But I had a housemate who biked all the time. He's a mechanic. He actually began his own business like fixing carbon fiber bikes, which is pretty cool. A lot of people just like, if you get an accident on one of those bikes, if you get in a collision, the bike is done. But he would take them and he would like mend them. Anyway, some high-tech stuff. His technique though is he'd go out and he'd bike 50 miles, he'd come home and he would take his bike, his helmet on, all of his clothing, and just like hop into the shower and bathe. All of it. Like it was efficient.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, that's how he kept his helmet clean. I use a cycling cap to keep my helmet clean.
I know someone else who's got an opinion on headgear. Do you want to meet him?
Yeah.
Well, hi. Hi, everybody.
Hi. When you wear a cycling cap, Andy, do you wear it brim up or brim down?
I wear it as a visor, so brim down.
Mm-hmm.
But when I want to feel like European, I wear it up because that's what I see. And if I'm in a cafe or, getting a croissant, that's kind of fun. Yeah, what a great show. Been tuning in. I'm back, checking it out. And yeah, I wanted to show you the cap I have on now because I'd like to thank some of our sponsors and local favorite companies that support us all year long, and Electra being one of them. In our own backyard, Electra Bikes up in Encinitas, great company. Look at part of the swag packages that are coming our way. For anybody that's making a donation, we got all kinds of Electra swag. Sorry, I'm playing in my phone. We have all kinds of Electra swag to give away. So really cool to thank Electra and all of our Bike Month sponsors that are making this possible, and REI and so many more. CV Sciences, the iCommute folks, the Go by Bike, just all that. So we're thankful not only for our individual donors, and which is what we're talking about tonight, but we're also wanting to thank our corporate friends and partners who make what we do happen. So I don't know. I just wanted to chime in and say thank you to people because it feels like I want to be thankful. And since it's happy hour, I'm already starting that. So
Is that a new?
It's a local brewery that has actually supported some of our events, Coronado today.
Oh yeah.
But a ginormous shout out to New Belgium, who you talk about a company that walks the walk for bicycling and gives back to organizations like ours. We all remember, a lot of us remember the Tour de Fat and the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we've raised over the years because of that. And what a fun event. And, COVID sort of struck down the tour, but I have a feeling it's going to come roaring back. And I am entirely optimistic that this will happen. Maybe not this year, but maybe next. And wouldn't that be awesome? So we'd love to see the Tour de Fat back. We love New Belgium. They support us year round. And what other companies can we thank, Sylvie?
Well, I was just thinking. This is a cool New Belgium thing. It's like new logo. Yeah, who else have we got? I mean, I've got a bunch of swag I'd love to show people that will be with the raffle.
Yeah, really cool stuff. And the important part is people are making donations, but we have a lot of stuff to give away, and people like stuff, and a lot of it is bike stuff. Water bottles, hats, tubes, tires, if I can see that. Yeah, things you need on your bike ride. You really do need that stuff. So it's always better when it's free. Yeah, what is that?
So this is something I'm especially excited about. This is the CD bike lock This company designs a bike lock that actually goes into a saddle. Maybe I should just pull up the website and show people. But basically, the saddle has this folding lock in it. You take the saddle off the bike, you open the folding lock. You can then like lock the bike onto something, but the saddle's not going to get stolen, and you don't have to deal with like having a big bulky lock with you. I've got my bike lock with me, and it's like a 20-pound bike lock. And to take it places, like I've got to have a bag on me. This thing is massive. This is what I use to keep my bike safe, because losing a couple bikes was enough to like make me totally change my ways. But yeah, this thing is awful to bike with. I am so excited about what lock is doing. This is not the one that goes in. This is just a nice folding lock.
That's cool. Everybody needs a good lock. But I don't know how fun it is to ride with the big heavy one, but it's not.
What's the brand of that lock, Sylvia?
It's called CD Lock. No space. We've got a little bit to go.
There we go. Sorry, Andy, I think that's your microphone. Tell me the brand name again. I'm going to look it up online.
Yeah, it's called Seaty, Seaty, and it should be like the main page. They have a video that shows like how the lock comes off the seat and expands. It's just such a cool model. I don't usually watch long YouTube videos, making a long YouTube video, but I did see someone spend like 10 minutes attempting to break open a CD lock and they couldn't. That was kind of fun. Look at that. That's it, CD lock.
Cool. Yeah, I think that's the one you were showing off. It's I don't have one of these folding style locks, but they look cool. I think a lock that is easy to carry is probably the #1 criteria for a good lock. I mean, obviously a lock that's hard to break is good too, but if you don't have it in the first place, then it's not going to help.
Yeah, can you show us that one that goes up into the saddle? It's just like, so what I'd love to do someday is design a bike that you can also set up to be a tent, because when bike packing, like one of the heaviest things you have with you is the tent. But what if it was a bike that like, had those like coupling links? So you could split the bike in half, so you can mail it on a plane in a suitcase. One. Thing two, you'd have tent poles that fit inside the tubes of the bike. So that's a place to put most of the tent. And then the final challenge is like, what do you do with the actual like, main piece of the tent? I don't know. But the weight of the poles and the shape of the poles is definitely one of the most annoying things when bike packing. Okay, CD lock. Let's see it.
Yeah, so it looks like easily detach your saddle on the go. Oh, so it stays dry. That's nice. I like that. Andy, I'm gonna call you out. Let's see. Oh, you're sometimes not good at carrying locks with you. Is that true?
What say you? I do have. Okay, so I had one of those ABUS locks, which are great. Similar to that sort of folds. Those are really cool. I do travel now with like a basic cable lock for a bit short trip kind of stuff. And then I have these little like quick and easy little just day tripper locks too. But if you're gonna be locking your bike anytime soon, you need something serious. People just keep coming in and out of my house. I don't know what's going on. Dogs are excited. But anyways, you got to have a good lock.
Yeah, we've talked about locks a lot in a lot of different classes that we do. We talk a lot about how using a lock in the right way is the most important thing. I've definitely seen, I'm a big fan of the lock picking lawyer on YouTube. Oh, Sylvia, look at that. I'm going to make your screen big. There you go. Look at all those types of locks. That's so exciting.
I mean, we do need to shout out to Avis. Avis, I think, sent us like 10 locks to give away last month, because we did a whole month-long kind of focus on bike theft. So Bike Index and Avis and Kryptonite all like really got involved in talking about bike safety and theft and what people can do at home to keep a bike safe, as well as like if a bike gets stolen, what you do about it. So yeah, Avis makes tons of bike locks. And they do a lot of good. They donate a lot of things to people that, have bikes and depend on them and love them and want to keep them safe.
There's a guy that picks locks on YouTube, the lock picking lawyer, and he does bike locks a lot of the times too. And some of these Abus bike locks have been tough ones for him to pick, which is encouraging to see. But you always want to pick the lock that matches your type of situation. So how long are you leaving the bike for? How expensive is your lock? How expensive is your bike relative to the lock? Overnight in an area where you're not going to be able to see the bike. These are all things that are important. But that being said, I remember someone, what are the story I'm thinking of? Andy, it was like a press conference and a guy just walked away with your bicycle when it wasn't even locked, I think. Was that what happened?
That it can't be on the ground outside where other dogs may be,
Anyway, that's a thing that I remember seeing. So there's no such thing as a perfect lock. So, if you want to get a lock that weighs 75 pounds, that's great, but it's never going to be perfect, Cool.
Have you all seen the videos of people? It's like, I think it's a little bit like what you have in mind, Kevin, but it's people like in big cities, like in Manhattan, seeing if they can get away with stealing a bike that belongs to them and just like seeing what people will do. Because, some of it's that it's simple to like quickly steal a bike if you have the tools you need. But the second thing is that a lot of people just won't call folks out if they see stuff that, doesn't look okay. So this guy walks up to his own bike with like basically like a full-size angle grinder and just begins like sawing away at the bike lock. Looks as sketchy as possible. Like he intentionally is like, how can I make it look like I'm stealing this bike so that people will do something? And no one does anything. He just finishes, leaves the lock, bikes away. People like kind of watch, but like the assumption, I guess, is like maybe that's his bike, and also like what can I do about it? He's got a big tool in his hand. So this is some of what happens with bike theft.
My wife is a big proponent of the mind your business mindset, and I think that is a good mindset to be in a lot of cases. But you're right. It's interesting that there's like a certain point where you would say something, but then even then, what are you going to do about it? So I've heard that, locking your bike in a very public place where everyone can see it, that'll probably prevent someone who is hesitant about getting your bicycle. But if your bike is very valuable and someone is intent on taking it from you, it being in a visible place isn't something that's going to make that any less likely to happen.
Yeah, I think that's a solid takeaway. Just like do the best you can with the best lock you can, and then get that bike listed on Bike Index so that if it is stolen, they can help you do a huge social media push. In fact, actually just today, someone in San Diego with I believe a white rag wagon, lives in Hillcrest, had a bike stolen. And I saw a bunch of videos go out all at once saying this bike was stolen. But like, this is that next step, is that if the bike is listed on Bike Index, you can tell Bike Index it was stolen like the minute it happens. They will send all of these messages out to social media to help like let people know. Because what I've seen of bike theft is like, if you can kind of like immediately jump on it and let lots of people know to be looking, that's when folks like seem to have the best success of finding it. I think the second most successful thing is if you put in the time checking all of the places people sell stuff like constantly. And with my stolen bikes, I did get one back, but the ones I'm still missing, like it's just tough to keep looking at like eBay and OfferUp and Craigslist on a daily basis that I would need to see if they get posted. So like once a week I go back on the sites and I see if any of my bikes have come up again. But yeah, if you don't catch it when it happens like immediately and let people know, it's tough to get them back.
If I am feeling tired and I've had a long day, can I jump off at 7? Is that going to be okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can keep talking about bike stuff.
This is fun. I'm enjoying this. I think I want to do this more. And I think like anything else, the more we do these, the more people will see them, and it'll get better as we go on. It
is unexpectedly exhausting to be talking about bikes well, not bikes, but to be on YouTube live constantly. Like, people do this and they get paid to do it. This is us just doing it so that we can fund the things that the Bike Coalition does. And yeah, this is difficult. But
I mean,
I've got tons of stuff to talk about.
I've taught classes that go for an hour, and yeah, your voice gets tired at the end. But yeah, after it's physically, right. It's physically surprisingly taxing. I like poncho. I think I might get poncho. It says stoked. I like stoked. Fast and loose sends the wrong message. Shred, send it. Party time. Oh, party time's not bad. All right. Well, we'll see. Hands up if you want to send us a discount code. We would take that. Okay. Good luck. I'm bowing out. Thank you.
Cool. I think I'm going to tell people about Love to Ride again.
Ooh, good idea.
Yep.
We're good at that.
Cool. Okay.
Okay. See ya.
Thanks, Kevin. Have a good one. Okay. It's just me flying solo, talking about bike stuff, talking about what the Bike Coalition is, why we want people. Whoa! That's not what you guys want to see. That is insane. Okay. Talking about bike stuff and Bike Month. And yeah, the big focus is we have this donation campaign going on because the Bike Coalition is mostly funded by grants. And what happens in that situation is that we have money that we can only use in some places, only to do some kinds of things with, only stuff that's going to affect some people. And we have so much that we'd love to be doing, love to be able to do. It's just about funding. And I hate to say that, but that's totally the case. Like, advocacy that we do, going to, city council meetings, like, we have someone whose full-time job is to advocate on behalf of all of the people that bike in San Diego and would bike in San Diego if they felt like safe and empowered to do so. So something like, his role, that's something that we think is really valuable at the Bike Coalition. Advocate, educate, celebrate. Advocate is such a key piece of what we want to be out and doing in the community. And you helping to fund the Bike Coalition funds like our ability to have a big voice and advocate on behalf of you. So joining doesn't cost anything. It's totally free to join the Bike Coalition. Once you join, you have this like to us and to help us communicate what you want to the people who can do the most to make change happen. What I would like to show you though is a little bit about Love to Ride. This is something I've talked about a whole bunch, especially lately because it's Bike Month, but this is a cool example of like one of these things the Bike Coalition is doing that is totally free for people to join and to like enjoy the benefits of. So I'm going to talk about Office Champions. I want to see more businesses become bike friendly in San Diego because I think bike commuting is something that we would all benefit by. I mean, if you think about it, like if we have tons of people commuting by bike, that's people who will not be on the highways, who won't be in automobiles. So many automobile crashes happen so many times. Like when I do get on a highway, I hit these slowdowns because of, an automobile crash because of like someone who switched lanes too quickly and it affected everybody in each vehicle behind them. And that's all stuff that would be eliminated by having fewer people in vehicles on the roads. But those people still need to go places, so let's get them on bikes and let's set them up with safe places to bike. The Bike Coalition is also helping get people free bikes who need them. We do this bike match. So on the Bike Coalition's website, you can basically just sign up and say, like, this is who I am and I need a bicycle. Tons of people come on the opposite side and they donate bikes to us and we give them away. Anyway, let's get back to Love to Ride, Office Champions, and what Bike Month is all about. So I want to see people getting on bikes and bike commuting. I want to see people using bikes to get to the places they need to be, even if that's not a job, just like biking to the post office, biking to buy food. Love to Ride is one of the coolest ways, I think, to get new people excited about biking. Why am I excited about biking? It's because it has huge benefits. So thing one, we talked about this, basically it's like the sustainability aspect of it is that this is a vehicle that you can use to get between point A and point B You eat food, you output a little bit of gas and human waste, but it's nothing like what's coming out of a tailpipe in a vehicle. So that's big, just like saving the planet a little bit by biking. You know, it's a small thing you can do. If a lot of us do it, it's a big thing we can all do. This is a really cool benefit to think about and like how it affects businesses, because if you have a bunch of employees who have a healthy lifestyle because they bike a couple days a week, you know, they have that immune system boost, they have that mental health boost. That means they don't take as many sick days, but it also means like the cost of, you know, having health insurance for all those people goes down because you have a healthy like group of employees. So just a cool thing to think about, that getting people on bikes like benefits all of us. Oh my gosh, so big since COVID. Biking is how I like stay mellow and peaceful. I know I don't sound that mellow. It's been a long day and I'm enthusiastic about bikes. But when I go out and bike and then come home, like that's the place that I find the most peace in my life. And it's just so needed, having a way to like unwind. The attention that you get out of cycling, this is something I think is especially cool. I don't have ADD, but I had a lot of people in my class when I was in college and also high school that did, and physical activity was a really awesome way to like help them kind of tune back into things in a healthy way. And biking can be a piece of that. Like go out and bike a couple miles and then like set a kid down to like, you know, do a homework assignment, like get something done. I'm positive they will have like more ability to like pay attention and focus and like be productive if they've gone out and they've done something like biking, which again, like it helps you focus, it helps you calm. It's awesome. Money, we all want to save money, duh. So this is specifically talking about the benefits of biking as it applies to, you know, businesses. Like staff will be saving money themselves, but also the cost of like setting up a business with, you know, parking spaces, something you have to think about. This is huge though with me, because anytime I go to downtown San Diego, if I'm not on a bike, I'm just like kicking myself because it takes so long to get to, you know, the place you need to be, only to find out that you can't park just outside of it, or if you can, you have to pay to do that. And so you end up like biking a couple, I mean, not biking. The whole point is this is not biking. This is us like in a vehicle, just doing, you know, laps of the block, hoping that a free space opens up, hoping that, you know, you can find someplace within like easy walking distance of the destination. But hopping on a bicycle and like biking to the place you want to be, locking the bike and going inside, oh my gosh, too easy. Okay, this is a page about Love to Ride that I love to show people, because we basically chose to do this Bike Month campaign, this Bike Month challenge with Love to Ride because of how this app is designed. So it's a mobile app and it's an online like platform. It's all about getting new people on bikes, and it does that in this like really thoughtful way. It's been designed by people who think about what gets new cyclists into cycling and what keeps them cycling. So the whole app, you know, as you like engage with it, is kind of like tracking what you do and how you do it, and how the like team behind the scenes can help you like set goals and achieve goals. Totally awesome. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was designed by scientists. It's an app designed by behavior change scientists who have looked at what it takes to get people from the idea of like, I want to be healthy, I want to be biking, I want to be doing this, you know, on a daily basis, and then actually helping them get to that place, setting them up to succeed. So Bike Month challenge, May is Bike Month, it's going on now. This is what the challenge looks like. Each week we have set San Diego County up some kind of like themed week to invite in cyclists of all types. So we had a week that was totally devoted to new people on bikes and just like calling in those people and giving them awesome things for just being involved in biking, like even one day that week. We gave away a bunch of awesome New Belgium stuff. We gave away a Toe Peak saddlebag and tool and pump. And it just keeps going. We just had Family Week last week. We gave away a Burley bike trailer. We gave away a Hollywood bike rack, but like things to outfit a family that has kids with all they need to do to move people and move bikes. Awesome. This week going on now, and I've got the swag because I took the pledge. Dun, dun. This is the Sandag Bike Anywhere week, and this is about bike commuting. We've taught we will have taught 6 classes by the end of the week, all about bike commuting, each one with a specific focus. So we have a class coming up. It's 1 day away. That class is all about the like advanced skills you need to know if you want to bike commute. So things like how to fit a bike so that it's comfy to use all the time and go long distances. It's about how to plan routes using a combination of like local maps and bike maps and things like Google Maps, Apple Maps. Tonight, actually, we have a city cycling class that is going on Zoom. And then next week is WTF week. So Women Trans Femme Week is all about, again, like calling in the specific cyclists. It's not about saying like, hey, you can't do this week. This is like, we identify a group of people that does bike, but doesn't bike in like as big numbers as, another group of people. So only about, it's something like 25% of people who bike in the United States are women. And so having a week that's focused on women, trans, and femme cyclists is just a chance for us to say like, hey, we see you and we want you to keep biking. So we want to like give you some of the things that you need to get out and keep biking and invite new people to bike so that maybe someday we can have a nice even split between women who men and women who bike and men who bike. Okay, that's Bike Month Challenge. This is how to play if you want to join us. And you still have a week and a couple days left, so totally not too late to join. Again, like we have tons of fun stuff we want to give away to people. So that's a lot of the appeal to me is like have an excuse to get on a bike and set goals, but also winning stuff is awesome. Okay, totally simple. Sign up, go to the Love to Ride San Diego County page. This is something that we have set up. We have like paid this platform to make us a website that we can use in San Diego County, and we can use it to like track how many people locally we have going out and biking on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, and also like why those people bike and why those people don't bike. The why those people don't bike is what I think is so cool, because when we know why people don't bike, then we can advocate on behalf of them and we can teach the classes that they need, and we can kind of fill in those gaps to get those people onto bikes or onto bikes more often. Fun options. You can sign up as an individual. You can also join a club. And since COVID, I think a lot of people who used to be in cycling clubs just haven't had that space to like be face-to-face with folks in the club and go out and bike. So this is like an online space. You can still have that bike club. You can set a goal collectively as a bike club, but I'll talk about that in a minute. Final thing, you can have a business sign up. And look at that. This is what my page on the Love to Ride website looks like. Dun, dun, dun. You can see that's my place of employment. This is all the clubs that I'm involved with. You can even make up a new club. Pushing that little plus button allows you to add a new club. Cool. Yeah, that's my clubs. That's my job. That's my stats. That's my stats a couple of weeks ago. So I think I've got like 2,000 miles now. Yeah, I've definitely saved a lot of CO2 by biking. That's kind of cool. What else can you see on this page? Oh, fun stuff. You can see badges. This is what we call gamification. Love to Ride has this gamification piece, which is basically like how fun can we make cycling if somebody is new to it and doesn't have the like self-motivation yet just to go out and do it. So you can win badges. I just won that badge today. And if I logged on to my Love to Ride page, you'd see that filled in. So fun. I love badges. Okay, next cool thing about Love to Ride, totally easy to link up to an existing bike app so that anytime you go biking, it goes automatically onto the Love to Ride page. You begin winning points and winning things. Cool, too simple. Now, this is how, if you have a business, if you have teammates, if you have people that you want to get involved with, you can kind of pull them into Love to Ride. It benefits you because you get bonus points if you invite new people. But also, in San Diego, we have a couple of like additional bonuses that businesses can get if they sign up. So we'll talk about that. This is how you do it, though. You would go to the Love to Ride website. I'm looking at the top of my page, my profile page. I can see what my business is. But if I didn't have that yet, I push that little plus button, or maybe it's like a pencil button, depending on what you have set up. You can look up a business. If the business exists, you can just click and join. If it doesn't, you can add a new business. Bum, bum. And you can also say, like, yeah, I'm involved with a business. Maybe it's Qualcomm, and they have like multiple offices. They have multiple offices, but not just in my city. So you don't have to be the CEO to set up a business on Love to Ride, because it's mostly about this like peer kind of engagement. You know, it's about getting like fellow cyclists within that company to join you and bike with you, even if that means not biking, you know, side by side with you. So this is the Bike Coalition's page, and we can set a goal as a team, which is kind of fun. You can see that's me, the office champion. I'm only the champion because I set up the page, but it allows me to edit all the stuff. It allows me to edit how many people we have. It allows me to set the goal. It allows me to invite new people. In fact, anybody on my team can click that little button and invite new people to join. And tacos, you see that the goal is in tacos? That's just one of like the cute, silly gamification pieces of this. You can set a goal instead that's in, oh, I don't know, slices of cake, bottles of wine, actual like distances you've biked, but this is meant to be fun and silly and non-competitive. You can also see how the team is doing. This is obviously changed because I took this screenshot a couple of weeks ago, but I think Andy, my boss, has the most points. I've got some points. I'm doing okay, but we'll talk about the point system in a little bit. But yeah, that's kind of some of the fun like side of this, is that you can get a little competitive within the office. And I know, like, at least within my workspace, like we need that. We need a place to have fun because all the stuff we do is online and on Zoom. And this is just one additional place that we can kind of engage with people and be a little silly and playful. So, like I said, I'm the office champion. What does that mean? It doesn't mean a whole lot. It just means I'm the individual in my office who's excited about Love to Ride and wants to get people on bikes. And occasionally I'm like sending them an email and being like, let's do this. Let's bike this week. Let's see if we can bike, 50 miles collectively in a day. You can use the website to build that office team and be that champion. So email a couple of employees, tell them to join. You can get all this social media stuff on the Love to Ride website and use that to invite new people to join. You can post about Love to Ride on Facebook. Plenty of ways to kind of invite new people into the game. It is a game. It's gamification. Okay. On the home page, you'll see an info button. When you click that, all of these tabs come up at the bottom. This is stuff that I've helped like design and kind of curate to be what I think people in San Diego want to know about. So it's the local bike shops. It's events going on. It is suggestions of places to go biking. It's details about like COVID-19 that affects us on bikes. So when you click the info page, you can also click the resources tab, and that's the place you'll get all of this stuff that you can show people and get them to join. So if you've decided to begin a team, become an office champion, this is a valuable place to be able to go to and invite new people to sign up. Cool, nice and simple. Okay, this is the place that the competitive side comes out. I'm not somebody who's that competitive, but something about the Bike Month Challenge does make me want to compete. Like, it was a lot of fun today to log in and see that I wasn't the individual on my team who had the most points. Like, because of that, I kind of want to go out this week and I want to log some miles and I want to invite some new people to join and I want to get some points. But this is what it looks like. If you go to the results page, you can see individually how it's going. So who else is biking along and getting points, doing big miles. You can look at businesses, you can look at teams, you can look at cities and states. In fact, I might log out of this in a minute and show you what's happening kind of like locally and nationally, and we'll just see how San Diego is placing in the Bike Month Challenge, because again, it's kind of fun to get competitive, especially with like states as a whole entity. That's a cool thing to be competing against. This is the point system. As you can see, all these businesses have points. How do you get points? Okay, 1 mile, 1 point. 1 day, 10 points. So today I just went biking. Bam, that's 1 day. I got an automatic 10 points because I went out. I only biked like 5 miles, so I came away today with like 15 points. But the big stuff, and this is the place you can see, like, Love to Ride is something that I'm excited about because, again, it's not about existing cyclists, it's about new cyclists. So you get huge points if you invite somebody new to join the app and get them excited about biking. And that's what the app kind of does on its own. Like, it has all these features that get people enthusiastic about cycling who wouldn't see themselves as a cyclist. So you can see that kind of shows up in the point system, that you get a big benefit by inviting someone else to join. So as the office champion, you've got a lot of potential to get some big, big points. Points help you win stuff. Duh. Love to Ride has a bunch of national prizes you can win. This is just a couple of them. One of the things that we do in San Diego, though, is we have the Sandag iCommute Diamond Award points. This is a point system to help like highlight businesses that have done something pretty exceptional to make themselves sustainable, bike friendly, things like that. So if you have a business and you join Love to Ride and you get at least 15 people signed up, we've got a ton of swag items that we'll be giving away. But all you have to do as a business is sign up and get, 1 employee to join Love to Ride, and you'll get a Diamond Award point. So super easy way to get a point that means a lot to people, especially, big companies in San Diego. Okay, but let's talk about what it's all about. So we did that. This is the stuff you can win. This is why people sign up. This is why new people get into Love to Ride. We just gave away that bike trailer to someone this week. We gave away 10 of these jerseys to a bunch of new cyclists 2 weeks ago. What's still coming up, though, we've got a bunch of cool swag and bags and tools and a bicycle. We'll be giving away a New Belgium bicycle. That's totally awesome. New Belgium is a company that we have been involved with a long, long time in San Diego. If you don't know about them, they love bikes. And the way the business is set up, if I'm not mistaken, is that based on how long the employee has been at New Belgium, they have all these bonuses they get. So one bonus is that you get a bicycle when you've been at New Belgium, I don't know, X amount of time. I know that one of the biggest things you can get by being a long-standing New Belgium employee is they'll fly you to Belgium. So if anybody wants to join New Belgium, a lot of big benefits. But anyway, this bicycle is a cool thing because it's one of a kind. They make a custom bike each year. This is New Belgium's one-of-a-kind custom bicycle. It's so difficult to get these, and we will be giving away 2. So we gave away 1 at the beginning of May. We'll be giving away 1 at the end of May. All you have to do is on the 30th of May, bike at least 30 miles, log it on Love to Ride. Bam, you can win a New Belgium bicycle. You can even bike inside, and that counts. This is one of the things that Love to Ride has done to help with the COVID situation, is that, they acknowledge that not all people will feel safe going outside and biking. And if you have a setup to be able to bike inside, you can do that. You can count it and you can win stuff. Okay, this is the stuff that I love, and I might even take you all to the main Love to Ride page to show this stuff off in a little bit. But essentially, this is about building a virtual community. So talking a little bit about, still being kind of hopefully at the end of this COVID situation, but the need to still stay connected with people and just like to enjoy the positive stuff in life, Love to Ride has set that up so beautifully by having a photo page and also a story page that anybody who's on the San Diego County website can go to and look at and post on, and it's like my happy place. It also is a cool way to, connect with people. So it's been a lot of fun lately knowing that I might not be like in the office with the people at my job. I might not be able to see them on a daily basis, but sometimes they'll go on and they'll post photos and they'll like post a story about, some recent thing they did that involved bike. This is a way I can kind of tune into that side of them and see what they have going on. It's like keeping them, going and feeling happy. Fun stuff. Big benefit to Love to Ride is like social engagement piece of it. And this is the classes we've been putting on. So I'm supposed to be online talking about fundraising today and why to support the Bike Coalition, but this is a pretty cool thing to see. In May, we have so many classes. All this stuff is totally free, and that's not just because it's Bike Month. That's not just because it's May. That's just how we do stuff. We want to make biking as accessible to people as possible, and so we put on tons of classes online. We lead bike rides. We give away bikes to kids and adults who need them. And then we team up with local businesses that we love to make as much of this stuff, kind of not just about bikes. It is just about bikes. But as an example, like we taught a bike yoga class on Sunday. It was a full yoga session. And the focus was like, if you bike, this is the places that you might, feel pain sometimes. This is the muscles you might want to be thinking about. And this is some yoga moves you can use and do to kind of help with that. But that's just one example of like us and a local business teaming up and doing something that, we hope a couple people in the community will enjoy and get something out of. We had 60 people sign up to that class. So we definitely have people that want to be doing bike yoga. So thanks, folks, if you joined us. Okay. Hey, we made it to the end of my slideshow. Awesome. Well, if you stuck with me this long, I also want to show you a little bit of what Love to Ride looks like now. So that was a whole slideshow on how to get involved, how to join, but it's Bike Month. The Bike Month Challenge is ongoing, and check it out. Okay, stay with me. I'm setting it up. What I'm going to do is pull up the Love to Ride page and let's see how San Diego's doing. Welcome to the homepage. Okay, so I'm going to the results at the top. You can see the Bike Coalition is doing quite well among San Diego businesses with 1 to 6 staff. And if we go down, Bike Month Challenge, let's do it, the San Diego Bike Month Challenge. We could look at the National Bike Month Challenge. That's not going to be as exciting because I don't know if we'll see any San Diego businesses on it. But City of San Diego has a ton of points. What you might notice also is that it's not just based on points, it's based on the kind of size category. So City of San Diego has 2,000 staff. I think we should actually like do a deep dive though. I want to know how many people have actually signed up. Okay, 20 out of 11,000. What? City of San Diego has 11,000 people? Okay. So they've got 20 people biking. Now we can keep going. Let's find out who in the City of San Diego is biking this month. Whoops, I lost the page. I don't know what happened. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, cool. This is it. This is who is on the team at the City of San Diego biking. And yeah, you can see like how they got points. So distance they've gone, days they've gone out and biked, and obviously Everett invited somebody new to bike. Excuse me, not somebody new, somebody who is an existing cyclist to bike, and he got 50 points. Okay, this is what I think is so fun. Is like, not only do I know some of these people, and that's amusing, but I know a lot of these businesses, and it's nice to think about these businesses and find out like, what's going on behind the scenes. Like, okay, Caltrans, that's a pretty big company. They do a lot involving the highways in San Diego. And they've got 25 people cycling out of 1,200. That's pretty good based on what we saw of the city of San Diego anyway. And then again, we can like look up close and see who's out biking, who's inviting people to bike, and we can give them high fives. So let's just go ahead and high five some of these people. Oh, cool. They've posted some photos. We can high five photos too. Now, one thing that I'm looking at this week especially, because it's the second to last week of Bike Month, is how many people we have signed up in San Diego doing the Bike Month Challenge and how many miles we've logged. And this, again, like, I'm not someone who's competitive, but I like that this app and the gamification side of it makes me get a little competitive. And I like this is something that we can give to San Diegans as just a way to, like, have fun this month. We all need something to do to have fun. COVID sucks. Let's go to the best thing about it. Okay, if you haven't seen this yet and you need a little pick-me-up, this is the sweetest thing about Love to Ride, is that people get to post stories and we get to read them. They've decided they want us to know these things about how they bike and why they bike. And it tends to be so, so beautiful. So, oh, cool. Okay. Little flashback. If anybody was listening at about 7 o'clock when Andy joined us, he was talking about the Tour de Fat, which is something that New Belgium has done with us in the past. And sweet, somebody posted a photo of the Tour de Fat and talked a little bit about what a fun event that was. So just as an example, like, this isn't happening now. This is just someone who's come on to the Love to Ride app and was like, I want to tell people about this thing that I love that has to do with bikes. Cool. Totally fun. This is cute. This is somebody's dog on a bike. I feel like I'm just wasting people's time showing you photos, but I honestly like do this on a daily basis because I want to know who's biking in San Diego and why. And the info that we've gotten as the Bike Coalition out of the Love to Ride app is telling us who's biking and why they don't bike and what we can do to help them bike all the time. And why do we want people to bike all the time? It's because all those people, if they didn't bike, would potentially be people in vehicles, on the highways, on the roads. And let's get those people out doing something that's healthy instead. Let's get those people off the roads and out of vehicles and outside. Because can you imagine how nice life would be if most people's like day-to-day commute was something that made them feel good and happy and saved them money and made life just a little bit more kind of like peaceful and calm for everybody else? It's so stressful being on the highway. Maybe you don't feel that way, but even sometimes when I'm like biking past the highway and I look down, I just think, oh my God, I'm so happy I'm on a bicycle now and not like stuck in traffic, stuck behind, you know, some big rig. It's intense being on the highway. It like elevates your stress level, and people don't live as long when they feel stressed all the time. So let's get on bikes, folks. Okay, good. We've seen some stories. Last thing I want to show you is the photos page. Now, this is a kind of funny way to get to the photos page, but we made it. It's all good. Now we can give some high fives. So this doesn't have anything except the like one little line people can give, but it's a place that people can just like take that little second and show off something they've been doing on a bike lately. And again, I tend to look at this and like, it's just a big pick-me-up. So this is Sandag's 2021 Bike Anywhere week, and the challenge this week was to post a selfie in one of the Sandag Bike Anywhere t-shirts. As you can see, a lot of people have been doing that. Lots of fun selfies of people in that Sandag swag. Let's see what else is going on this week on Love to Ride. Yeah, people out biking, people in masks, people in, what is that? That looks like, is that a bicycle? I don't know. Okay, I'll count it. They posted it. I'll count it. They get points. Oh, so Sandag also did a bingo game. Cool example of how to submit to the bingo game. They have, I believe, like 10 big prizes to give away to people that have played the bingo game. So it's a bunch of like backpacks and it's gift cards to local businesses and You basically pick up one of these bike bingo games at any of the same locations that have become like the pit stops, which is the places you get these sweet Sandag Bike Anywhere t-shirts. You get the bingo game, you play, and then you post the photo online. Bam, you win stuff. Cool. That's how we do it. That's what Love to Ride's all about. What else would people want to know about on Love to Ride they might not know about? Oh, what you might not know is how much kind of behind the scenes stuff we do to make Love to Ride happen. So, info page, that's what I want. Bike Month Challenge, Love to Ride, that's what's going on. This is the info page. This is something that the Bike Coalition has put tons of time into helping make. And again, if you've tuned in, the whole point of us just doing this kind of bike-a-thon, talk-a-thon is to show you what the Bike Coalition does, and why we need people like you to be involved and like help us keep making this stuff happen. And a lot of that is, you know, the little bit of funding that folks do give us when we do fundraising events helps us put on things like the Bike Month Challenge, helps us teach classes throughout San Diego County, helps us get free bikes to kids and to people who need them, as well as locks and lights and all that fun stuff. So again, this is the San Diego County Bike Month Challenge. This is something that I set up along with people on the Bike Coalition team. And we've come up with just lots of like useful stuff on this page so that someone who's a new cyclist who's just getting into biking has all the info they need in one place. I know you can Google a lot of this stuff, but it's kind of fun to have it all in one place. So you log into the app, you fill out like a quick survey that basically explains like why you bike, why you don't bike, what kind of biking you do. Based on that info you give, you'll get occasional kind of notifications from Love to Ride that help you set the goals that make sense for the way that you bike and find the info that you need based on the way that you bike. And then you get all this fun stuff. Plenty of like really useful tips. This is the kind of stuff that like we get when we teach city cycling classes. People want to know about like how to buy a bike, and they want to know about how to lock a bike. Building confidence is a big, big, big piece of why people don't bike, is that they don't feel confident going out on the roads. Some of it's definitely about like access to safe spaces to bike, but a lot of it is just that people don't know how they should behave on a bicycle. And let's see what Love to Ride has as tips. Some of this is stuff that we help design. A lot of this is stuff that we teach in the free classes that we have a couple times a month. So people want to know about the places that they can and should ride and how close to the curb and the sidewalk they should be. I think that maintenance is something that helps people get confident. I also think that bike vocab is something that helps people get confident with cycling. Should we keep going behind the scenes? You guys want to see what I do when I'm not doing the Bike Coalition stuff? This is it. It's called V-Cycle. So because like I said, I think maintenance is such a key piece of how people build confidence. I do teach bike maintenance classes with the Bike Coalition. We've done a couple of online bike maintenance classes since COVID. And we'll be doing a Women Plus on Wheels event on Monday that's all about making a space that women and LGBTQI identifying folks can find community in cycling. And anybody else who wants to tune in is totally welcome to, you know, see what folks have to say about the women cycling community. Not as many women bike as men, and that's why this means a lot to me, because that doesn't make any sense. Like, we should be just as into biking and feel just as like safe and empowered to bike as men do. So something in the, you know, system we have set up is not allowing women to get out and bike as often as men and feel as confident. So that's what I'm all about. So I teach classes. The upcoming class, like I said, that I have is Women on Wheels. This is happening in tandem with the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition. Kind of a cool example of the stuff that the Bike Coalition is able to do and the things that like funding allow us to do. So this is a totally free event. It's not sponsored by anyone really. We've had a lot of donations that have come, and those donations, that's stuff like this lock. This CD lock was something that was donated to us by CD Lock, and we'll be giving it away at the Women on Wheels event. But yeah, they don't give us money to put on things like this. They just like that we put on things like this. And, you know, I like taking the time out of my day to put on events that I think people will love attending. So check it out if you haven't yet. Women on Wheels, a bunch of amazing panelists will be coming out to speak about how they got involved with cycling and how they want to get new people involved with cycling. Paula is a mechanic who owns a shop. That's, you know, she's going to be able to bring tons of like value to this panel because, like I said, people who know maintenance skills, even like the most basic stuff like fixing a flat and like taking a wheel off a bike, that confidence boost is the difference between somebody going out and biking 1 mile and going out and biking 10 miles because they know that if something happens, they can fix it. Alex is a local San Diegan who bike commutes, and she's got a ton of knowledge about all of the equipment and bike stuff that you need to be somebody who commutes on a daily basis. Josie is totally rad. She's a scientist, and she is a paracyclist who might be going to the Paralympics. We'll be finding out soon. I don't know if we'll know by next week. She's going to be on Women on Wheels talking about the connection between hormone cycles and diet and training. Cool. And then Wendy. Wendy founded Girls Gone Riding. She's going to talk about that space. Okay, that's what's going on with Women on Wheels. So let me see if I can show you all. Well, you got it. That's how to donate if you want to. If you want to be involved in what the Bike Coalition's doing and give us a little bit of money to keep doing what we do, this is the way. What else do I want to talk to y'all about? I've got 15 minutes left, and I do tons of educational classes. This might be the space to just like show you an example of one of the educational classes that the Bike Coalition puts on. Oh, but memes. Okay, I was mistaken. What you guys actually want to see, it might be classes. It might be all the stuff that makes the Bike Coalition and the ways that what you do can help us out, but I think it might also be memes. So check this out. I'm not somebody who makes my own memes. I don't have that skill set, but Love to Ride does. And they've made all these silly bike memes. So let's take a second and look at some silly bike memes. Wow, yeah, so true. I was just talking about this in the little slideshow I showed people. This is the best thing about bikes. You can show up any place on a bike and that's it. You lock it and you go. Okay, next bike meme. I mean, I don't even need to say it. Commute like a boss. That child has a bike that's also a unicorn. I don't know who designed that and how to get one, but this might be my next Halloween costume. It might not be as funny to talk about memes as it is just to look at them, but I'm in this space to talk, so I'm going to do it. Cute dogs on bikes. So many dogs on bikes on Love to Ride. Something that I really love to see is that when someone is like living the hashtag life by bike lifestyle, all the things they do happen on the bike. I don't know if you all have seen some of the videos of people like seeing what kind of feats they can get up to on a bike, but I saw a guy who cooked an egg on a bicycle. He set up a tiny little like flame, you know, and stove on his bike and had a nice flat, easy place to bike, cracked open an egg, made an egg, ate it. Totally cool use of being on a bicycle. Also, not that bad a thing to do on a bike when it comes down to it. Like, if you've decided you want to bike long distances and you have all day to bike, like, why stop? Why get off the bike if you can do all the things you need on it? If you can cook on the bike. I do have a YouTube video of me on a bike when I was biking the West Coast in 2010. And I changed my clothing while biking. So I had spandex on, but I had long spandex on top of that. And while pedaling, I got into a good coast on a downhill, and I was able to take my long spandex off, which meant taking off my shoes, which I kept clipped into my saddle, my cleats, and yeah, completely took my long pants off, so I just had my spandex on. It's a YouTube video. It's someplace. I don't even know what it's called now, but if you can find it, you get big bonus points. But totally silly. All the things you can do on a bike. Okay. Oh, yeah. I love this one. This meme makes me think about all of the like 1980s bike movies that I love and should watch again, like BMX Bandits. Have you all seen that with Nicole Kidman when she's like 15? So this is what it's about, BMX Bandits. Oops, that's not what I want to show you. That's how to donate. Okay, BMX Bandits is a movie about kids who find out that someone has stolen walkie-talkies and they need to get them back. That's it. They have BMX bikes. They go places on them. Totally silly. Yeah, cute bike stuff. That is an amazing saddle. That might be one of the best things about this photo, besides the fact that this guy has a drum on his bike rack. Oh, something else that's a cool bike thing is a couple of times I've been to venues that had like a bike-powered stage and somebody's sitting on a bike pedaling the whole time. The bike is making like the lights and stuff on the stage go. And I've also seen people who've set up a bike with a big like platform on the back and they've had a live band playing as they bike along. So like somebody is pedaling and towing people who play on this little like moving stage. Bike stuff is so cool. So ingenious. Yeah, this one goes without saying. I had pizza last night and I biked today, and one of the things you can do on Love to Ride is bike off slices of pizza. If that's something that means something to you, you can also bike off tacos. A classic bike meme and something that I think about on almost a daily basis. And it's so real. When I am biking, life is good. When I'm not, it's just not good enough. Okay, cool. We've seen the memes. We've had some fun. We've got 10 minutes left of talking about what the Bike Coalition is, what we do and why. And the why is why we'd love you to donate, because Bike Month is ending soon. This is one of the 2 annual donation campaigns that we have, and it's a chance to help connect with the Bike Coalition and help us keep doing the stuff that we do to make biking accessible in San Diego. Wow, I thought I was done with memes a minute ago, but I guess not. Okay, now I'm done with memes. Excellent. Well, I think I do still want to show you all a little bit about bike fitting. Yeah, let's talk about bike fitting. That is such a valuable skill to have, and it's something that a lot of people don't know about. And finally, it's one of the classes that we developed to teach online, because online was the only way to teach stuff a couple months ago. That's changing, which I'm excited about. What else about this online bike fitting class? I guess the last thing that you should know about it is this is the kind of thing that we'd like to do way more of. We'd like to teach unique classes. We'd like to teach classes that nobody else is teaching. One of the things that holds us back sometimes is that the classes we usually get paid to teach, it's the stuff that is funded by grants. But when we have like money coming in from people like you donating, we can be teaching the kind of classes that you want, not just the basic safety classes, not just the city cycling classes, but we can design classes like this, like bike yoga, like yoga on a bike. We can do classes about bike touring. Like, what is it that you want to know about that has to do with bikes? We want to teach that stuff. We honestly just need the funding to do those kind of classes, because what we get paid to do is the most basic safety stuff that we think everybody definitely needs. But a little bit of funding, like I said, goes a long way to allowing us to be really creative at the Bike Coalition and boosting up this education and this like celebration side of bike stuff so that we get new people into it. So I got a couple minutes. I'm going to tell you all a little bit about bike fitting, because this is a class that I designed a few months ago that I think is pretty essential. So why should you know about bike fitting? Well, to me, it's pretty simple. It's that if you don't know how to make the bike fit you, it's not going to feel good and you won't want to bike on it. So the things that I talk about in this class, and we only have a few minutes, so we'll see how much of this you get to see. The main stuff is that a saddle is not one size fits all. I've had a lot of people ask me, why biking doesn't feel good, and they have the stock saddle that came on the bike. That's the issue. Like, we don't all have the same shape and size bodies, so just putting one saddle on all bikes is not a good option. Usually I'll do a little kind of interactive activity in these online classes. Again, this is because of COVID and we can't do stuff face to face. So as much as we can do with the Bike Coalition to help people develop skills and also assess people's bike skills, I think is huge. This is kind of fun. You'll see this visual is going to change as time goes on, but this is the most essential bike lingo that I think people need to know when it comes to fitting. This is the kind of stuff that when you know it and you walk into a bike shop, it gives you a little bit of confidence and allows you to communicate what you need to the mechanic, to somebody else who's knowledgeable about bikes that you'd like to assist you. So this is not only the kind of lingo you need to know about how the bike fits, but it's also just a little bit about the association between the components on the bike and how that can be adjusted. Okay, a little bit of fun. Pop quiz, can you label a bike? And I'm just going to toss in the labels so you can see what's what, but this is kind of basic stuff. Most people can identify most of these things. The stuff I'm highlighting is the stuff that I think people need to know the name of to get a good bike fitting done and get a bike that is suited to the unique body that they have. So again, a bike fitting lingo that's useful to know: the standover height. That's when you stand above the bike without even sitting on the saddle. The reach is a pretty essential piece of bike fitting that allows you to, adjust and fix some of the most common pain people have, which is hand pain, wrist pain, back pain, neck pain, low back pain. Wheelbase, that has to do with distance between the two wheels. Bam! An example of a huge wheelbase is a tandem bike. If anyone's been biking on a tandem bike, they feel so different than a bike like this, and it's because of the wheelbase. It's also because you have two people on a bike pedaling at the same time, and the added weight of something like that, not being able to see behind somebody in a tandem, that's its own totally silly thing. But wheelbase, something that's useful. So if anybody at home is watching and wants to do a little bit of bike fitting with me, this is kind of the basic tools that you might need, but it's going to depend on the bike that you've got. You can see how some of those tools get used. Bam, bam, bam. Now, this is bike fitting 101. So, which of these looks like you? That's the question. When you stand above the bike, what's the situation? Can you be flat-footed? And how much space do you have between your body and the top tube of the bike? Top tube, that's lingo that I just taught you. You know what that is now? So this bike is way too big. Look at the little yellow. She can't stand flat-footed. To be able to be on top of that bike, she's having to be on tiptoes and her body is still resting on the top tube. Obviously that's uncomfy. Obviously if she stops the bike, that's not going to be a place that she wants to land. So this bike is too small. That bike is too big. You can see some sizes in the middle. It looks like the medium bike might be the size that she wants. Tough to tell at this angle. Okay, pop quiz. In fact, if anybody comments on this question, I will send you something in the mail. I don't know what it's going to be yet. Most likely it's going to be, well, I don't know, one of these cool swag items that I've got. That's pink handlebar tape. It also comes in black and white and yellow and blue and donut and lightning bolt. Does she fit on this bike? Dun, dun, dun. Nope, she doesn't. We just talked about why. If she got off this bike and she was standing on it, she would have way too much space between her body and the top tube of the bicycle. And you can see she's kind of scrunched up as well. But I see a ton of people on bikes that don't fit. Too small bikes, too big bikes, and we'll get into why that's uncomfy. I'm going to skip the inseam stuff because only have a few minutes left, and I'm just giving you a little like preview of what this bike fitting class that I teach is all about. Let's get to some of the fun stuff. The fun stuff that people want to know about bike fitting is not toe cages, although that's useful. The fun stuff that people want to know about is, okay, it's coming. It's coming up. Safety bike, cool stuff. Wow, this is an excellent slideshow. I haven't taught this in a while, and it's always fun to like look back at these lessons and, you know, see what was valuable to teach people. Okay, the fun stuff is saddles. So many types of saddles exist. Like I said, a lot of times people will buy a bike, it comes with a stock saddle, and they'll just accept that that's the saddle on the bike. And it doesn't have to be that way. So the saddle on the left, that's what I've got, a Brooks saddle. I've had people look at this and be like, what? That's the thing you bike on? It's totally solid. But it's a piece of like malleable leather. I've bought one in a size that is like my size. So it's fitted to the shape of my body. The basic thing that you want to be thinking about with saddle sizing is sit bone distance. So if you like sat on something like a piece of Play-Doh, you kind of lifted both knees up a little bit and then you stood up and looked at that Play-Doh you just sat in, you would usually, not usually, people have hips. Hips have bones and sit bones. The sit bones will leave a depression in the Play-Doh that you just sat on. Maybe put some plastic down and then sit on the Play-Doh. But the distance between those two bones is going to help you decide what width saddle you want. If you have a saddle that's way too narrow for the spacing of your hips, you'll end up like rocking off the saddle when you pedal, and those main bones that should be what you sit on and what's supporting you on the saddle will instead be like off the edge of the saddle. So that's one component of saddle fit. The way that you can adjust the saddle is also a huge piece of like how to make biking feel good. So they move up and back. That's going to affect the relationship between your knee and foot as you pedal. They move up and down. This is going to be more about how your underside feels on the bike. So based on the angle of the saddle could be holding you by the sit bones. It could instead be like pushing up on the opposite side. So adjusting the angle of the saddle is a really effective way to make it way more comfortable if it's been tilted in a way that doesn't suit the body you have. Next thing to look at when it comes to saddles is like how will you be positioned on the bike is going to be associated with like the places you have the most weight on the saddle. So you can see someone who's sitting upright and just cruising, most of that weight is just on the sit bones. That should be the meatiest place on the saddle. As you get into these, what we call like aggressive stances, you can see this body at the top like slowly leaning, and the place that this individual's weight is and the piece of the individual's like kind of pelvis is shifting on the saddle. And this is some examples of like styles of saddles that might suit the kind of biking that you want to do, so that you don't end up with a saddle that you are putting way too much of your own body weight in a place that isn't going to feel good for you and isn't going to be supported by the saddle you've got. So many options though. I did a bike fitting a couple months ago and we tested out maybe 10 saddles and a lot of them just felt awful. And you know what it's like when a saddle feels bad. Like within a couple minutes, you know that you don't want to keep sitting on that thing. I was doing a long distance bike tour with high school kids. What was that, last August? No, so August 2019. And someone had lent me a bicycle. They lent me a bicycle that was my size, but the saddle fit them. It didn't fit me. And like 10 miles into biking with these kids, I knew that I couldn't stay on the saddle. And I ended up just like standing up on my pedals. I must have biked, I don't know, like 40 miles total between a combination of standing on the pedals, like half kind of sitting my body on the top tube, seeing if I could put like just one half of my butt on the saddle. But once you've been on a saddle that doesn't feel good and then you've like been on it too long, it's like nothing can make you want to bike again. And we had to, because this was a bike tour. I was out with kids, like we had some place to go. We had no place to go except by bike, but yeah, being on a saddle doesn't feel good is awful. Okay, this is the slide I wanted to get to. Oh my gosh, it's 8 o'clock. This is the time that this live stream is supposed to end. So if y'all want to see this class, it's coming up next week. It's going to be on May 28th. Yeah, May 28th, 6 o'clock. I'll be live on YouTube doing this whole class. The big bonus of this class next week, though, is that Olympic medalist Nelson Vales is going to join me, and he's going to talk a little bit about bike stuff as well. He knows a lot about bike stuff. He was an Olympic medalist. I know a little bit about bike stuff, obviously. I'm excited to keep talking about bike stuff, but I got to get back into my evening. So again, I'm happy you all tuned in. Thank you so much. If you have a chance, and even like $5, please donate to the Bike Coalition's fundraising effort. Basically, we're a nonprofit organization. We're mostly funded by grants, and the money that we get from people like you allows us to teach classes like what you just saw. It allows us to put on events like the Bike Month Challenge. It allows us to put on events like Bike the Bay. When people get to bike the Coronado Bridge, we close it down for half a day, and anybody who signed up joins us and bikes the Coronado Bridge. Totally special thing in San Diego. We also do a lot of advocating, and we use things like the Love to Ride platform to get input from cyclists like you, find out what it is that you want to see change in San Diego. And then we have someone whose full-time job is to go to council meetings and talk about advocacy and talk about what it is that cyclists and potential cyclists in San Diego want, and then we can hopefully help to make that change happen. And we do. I mean, we've had a lot of new bike lanes put in, a lot of new bike routes open up lately, a lot of things tested by people in the city, and we'll be able to hop in and like add our own input based on what we know the people that want to bike and do bike and would bike want to see. So last kind of shout out to this Bike Month fundraising campaign. The way we've set it up is we have a raffle going on all month long. Anytime you donate $5, you get one raffle ticket. I've got tons and tons and tons of stuff to give away, including wheel sets, bike bags. I've got helmets, I've got clothing, I've got handlebar tape that has donuts on it. That's not this one, obviously. I've got a bunch of like awesome safety stuff, like bike lights, bike bells. This is actually a pretty cool new model of bike light. Maybe it's not new, but I don't have one of these yet. And I kind of like one. And I actually have donated to the campaign because I love my job. I love what we do. And I want people to, you know, be able to keep getting access to these free classes. So final thing, donate $5 and you get a raffle ticket. Donate, you know, $5 as many times as you want, get as many raffle tickets as you want. But if you donate $60, we have made a custom Life by Bike t-shirt that's only available during Bike Month, and a donation of $60 gets you one of those along with a whole bunch of raffle tickets, so chances to win things. Okay, totally cool. I'm happy you all tuned in. Oh, if you missed it, this is a bike that I fixed up, and it's getting given away this weekend to a man in San Diego who is getting recognized by one of the communities because he's someone who has spent like tons of time basically just standing outside and waving at people and like making people's day, you know, positive. So anyway, kind of a cool thing. One of the ways that we get to give back to the community is people know that we have access to bicycles, we have mechanics on staff, and they'll reach out to us and ask us if we can help find bikes, get them fixed up, give them to people, and stuff like this happens. We get to make somebody's day by giving them a bike, giving them a helmet, lights, locks, all that stuff. And that's just one of the things that you donating helps us do. Okay, thanks y'all. Have a good night. We'll be back live again on Wednesday at 8 o'clock showing people the new Rose Creek Bikeway, which is opening on Wednesday. We will also be live Wednesday night. I'll be talking to a fellow female identifying mechanic who's hoping to open a bike shop. And we have a bunch of classes next week. Okay, peace.